Baltimore County is seeing the appointment of a new superintendent of public schools. This comes despite being involved in a lawsuit. Plus, Baltimore City Police releasing the body cam footage in the police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old. The calm moment that led up to the chaos.
And we're starting off with nice conditions this morning. We're going to be a little bit cooler for the afternoon. Breaking down your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Wednesday, May 17th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how this new morning is shaping up.
Is it too early for Cheez-Its?
No, never. At 4:30 in the morning, anything goes.
All right, good.
You got some?
I don't.
Oh.
So we'll have to just try to figure that out.
Okay.
And I'll figure out your forecast here. We're going to see temperatures today that are going to be a little cooler. Looking outside from our Towson camera right now, overall, not too bad. Got some nice calm conditions, and our temperatures a little mild. Low to mid 60s for Cockeysville and Towson down in Baltimore City. 65 your temp in Dundalk and Brooklyn Park, and 67 in Glen Burnie. A pleasant morning for us, cooler and drier for the afternoon, and those temperatures staying below average for your highs. And you can see over the next 12 hours, numbers mainly in the 50s and 60s. We'll get to about the upper 60s for our highs today, but nowhere near the mid 70s where we typically are this time of year. Overall, a nice spring day ahead. A little closer look at our forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Megan?
All right, Justin, thank you. Our Len Stoller traffic network showing pretty nice conditions out there this morning. Looking live at our Towson cam here this morning, and very extremely light traffic out there here at this hour. No issues to report.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
We begin this morning in counties under pressure. In Baltimore County, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarbrough has been named the new superintendent of schools. The appointment comes even though Yarbrough is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit. Despite that lawsuit, many of those in attendance last night, including a member of a selection committee, seem convinced that she is hands down the best candidate.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
Yarbrough replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract. She is the county's fourth superintendent in 6 years. Turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore police released the body cam video showing the moments before and after an officer shot a 17-year-old last week. The video shows the initial calm conversation on a stoop with a teenager, as well as the foot chase. BPD paused the video a couple of times, once to highlight what police say was the gun in the teenager's hand, and a second time to show what they say is the teenager turning toward the officer with the weapon. Police have identified the officer as Detective Cedric Ellaby, who has been on the force since 2019. Fox 45 News Press Police Commissioner Michael Harrison on the video.
Every police-involved shooting is an unfortunate incident. Every shooting and the harm to anyone is unfortunate. And so I will not say anything about whether I am satisfied, because it will be totally unethical for me to pass judgment.
Our Weather Authority forecast here at 4:40. Looking at the big screen right now, our numbers are pretty mild here, at least along the Chesapeake, with a lot of us in the low to mid 60s. A little bit cooler out in western Maryland right now where you see some of that green. But overall, if you are getting ready to head out the door in the next couple of hours, if you're up early with us, maybe just a light jacket this morning, but sunglasses for sure later today with plenty of sunshine and no need for that umbrella. Out for a run or a jog next few hours, temperature staying in the 60s, so enjoy these mild conditions.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's headlines here. Baltimore County is holding an impact walk to discuss public safety within the community. Lexington Market is hosting its Crab Derby at the market's new outdoor plaza, bringing the event back after a 5-year hiatus. We're going to do a preview of that on Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore at 9. And it is the Herndon Climb at the Naval Academy in Annapolis as the plebes of the class of 2026 finish the final challenge of their first year at the Academy. Fox 45 News will be there as the midshipmen start their climb. Always fun to watch. Still ahead on the early edition, Elon Musk speaking out about the new CEO of Twitter, why he believes she is the perfect fit for the position. Plus, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy calling out the situation at the southern border, why he says the Secretary of Homeland Security needs to come before Congress. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, an update on the housing market. New numbers coming out, giving us a snapshot of where the home market is headed at this critical time. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is now 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning throughout a hearing on regulating artificial intelligence, senators brought up Section 230, the 1996 law that shields online platforms from liability for what users post. Lawmakers in both major political parties argue the law has allowed social media companies to escape consequences of harms that their platforms cause people, and especially teenagers. They're wondering if such a law would protect AI companies from being sued over their models' output. But OpenAI CEO says it's not the answer.
We're claiming we need to work together to find a totally new approach. I don't think Section 230 is even the right framework. Okay.
Says a new law needs to be written because the idea of AI companies having full immunity seems wrong. For now, he lays out a three-point plan. Form a new government agency to license AI models, create a set of safety standards for them, and require independent audits. In terms of who's liable for harms, the executive says the law may have to place blame on whoever first touched the AI model last. The Preakness is this Saturday, and Pimlico will look the same as last year, despite more than 3 years of promises of facility upgrades. At a meeting ahead of last year's Preakness, the Maryland Stadium Authority said improvements at the stables and clubhouses would begin as soon as this summer. But that timeline is being walked back as the Stadium Authority says there have been design delays. Also saying some of the prerequisites for the project are not done.
I actually can't give you a timeline. There's a lot of work to be done. It's an extensive project, and it's got a lot of twists and turns to it, and a lot of complications. It's not a simple, build it and they will come kind of situation.
The Maryland Stadium Authority declined multiple interview requests from FOX45 News to discuss progress on the project. Dozens of people have fresh ink thanks to Old Bay seasoning and the Baltimore Tattoo Museum. The museum gave free Old Bay tattoos themed in honor of the Preakness. Customers had 3 designs to choose from. You could choose a crab. That looks actually pretty good. Mallets and the Maryland State flower. The Black-Eyed Susan, of course, with the Old Bay logo.
It's a Baltimorean kind of experience.
If you don't like Old Bay, I question, why are you in Maryland then? Because it's a thing, and it's tastes good on everything.
I'm obsessed with Old Bay.
Most people are here. If you got an Old Bay tattoo, we want to see it. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to our website where you can upload your pictures, your videos. You have the chance to be featured in our Preakness gallery all weekend long. Just make sure to send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or even during your at-home Preakness celebrations. 4:47 here, and Justin, I thought you were going to get a little crab right here on your face, a little face tat.
The thing is, Megan, I have this gigantic Maryland flag tattooed on my back.
Oh, so it might be too much.
I think that might be a little much because I usually take my
that.
shirt off during Pimlico. I'm very excited.
Of course, and run the porta potties in the infield.
Exactly, and they're like, there's chambers with this Maryland flag. You can easily see me.
Yeah, so. And the face tat would distract from that.
Exactly, yeah.
That's
Tyson's thing. He is the face tat guy.
Yeah.
So,
I see that.
4:48 on your time right now, and there's Tom. Good morning, Tom. There's Megan. All the people are here. Yeah, we're getting some stuff. Oh, we're wearing orange. It's Wear Orange Wednesday. O's waking up victorious, so series is tied now. We've got 2 more games against the Angels. Some people call them the Halos. You remember that? Like people would say, hey, the Halos, because they're like the Angels. So it's like a nickname. Yeah. All right. So I grew up on the West Coast. That's why I know that. 64 your temperature, that's a BWI. Northwest wind at 8 to 10 miles an hour. The wind today is going to pick up, and it will be from the north, bringing in some of the cooler temperatures, but still kind of mild right now as you're up with us early. Rise and shine campers. We're talking about lower 60s over the next few hours, and that sun up at 5:52 goes to bed at 8:15 tonight. It's a lot of daylight to get a lot of stuff done. 75 your average this time of year, mid to upper 60s, and even a few lower 70s is what we're looking for our high temperatures later today. Those will be cooler than those 80s that we saw yesterday, and lack of cloud cover allowing for drier air to start working in. So 66 Ocean City, lower 70s for Baltimore and D.C. Here's your temperature tracker. Notice we're actually going to stay below average for the next 3 days, and then we'll start sneaking back above average as we get into the weekend, and by the time we get into early next week, we're right back into those lower 80s. Here's that future scan thing. So our Wednesday forecast. That cold front passing through to the south, the northerly wind coming in behind it, drier conditions today and tomorrow and Saturday for that region. Wow, I can't talk. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Now, Saturday is when we will start to see the potential of a few showers moving in as our next weather maker comes in from the west. So that could impact your Saturday Pimlico plans. Black-eyed Susan Day, no issues. Saturday, at least a few showers for the race and for all the activities going on. But our numbers are going to be just in that above average category, and 78 is not bad on Saturday afternoon, considering just how hot we can typically be this time of year, especially as we get closer to summer. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we have our live cameras pulled up around our region and a little bit of volume out there. Not bad at all, moving just fine. Let's get a check of mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Mark, did you get one of those Maryland tattoos yesterday?
Oh, no, I didn't. No, I'm left out in this
next
instance.
time.
How do I get one?
We'll get you the info next time, maybe.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay. And we've got Brunswick Train 890 canceled this morning. Be aware of that in your travels on MARC train. Light rail link looking good from end to end. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway link right on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
We will improve and accelerate student learning.
There is a new Baltimore County Public School Superintendent. The promises she is making and why some are still backing her despite a lawsuit. Plus, Elon Musk seeing backlash this morning after posting a controversial tweet. Why critics accuse him of being anti-Semitic. It is 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Elon Musk is now talking about the new CEO of Twitter. Twitter in an interview with CNBC. Linda Yaccarino is slated to take over the role from Musk in the coming weeks. He expressed his confidence in the former NBC Universal executive and her skill set.
Well, Twitter is very much an advertising-dependent business. Linda is obviously incredible at that, and she's just a great executive in general.
Well, Musk says when Yaccarino takes over, she will focus mainly on business operations, while he focuses on product design and new technology. Musk is also defending his controversial tweets during that same interview. CNBC's David Faber pressing Musk on a tweet that he posted Monday night where he compared billionaire George Soros to X-Men villain Magneto. Musk has a track record of making inflammatory comments on Twitter. When asked why he would risk hurting his businesses with tweets like these, Musk said he is practicing his right to free speech.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Well, according to comic books, Magneto, like Soros, was a survivor of the Holocaust. Musk facing scrutiny for the tweet, with critics accusing him of fueling more anti-Semitic attacks on Soros. Musk denies being anti-Semitic, saying that he's, quote, pro-Semite, if anything. Democrats say criminally indicted Republican Congressman George Santos should be expelled from Congress. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says now that Santos is charged, an ethics probe is appropriate.
I think we can look at this very quickly and come to a conclusion on what George Santos did and did not do through ethics, a safe bipartisan committee, equal number of Republicans and Democrats.
McCarthy says the House Ethics Committee can work faster than the courts do. Santos faces 13 federal charges, including fraud, misusing campaign funds, and lying about personal finances. If Santos were expelled from Congress, a special election would be held to replace him in his Long Island, New York district. Turning now to the crisis at the border. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy slamming Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over the situation at the southern border.
I bet if you hook Mayorkas up to a lie detector test, he could not pass a lie detector saying, the border is secure.
McCarthy thinks Mayorkas should come before Congress to answer questions about border security. This comes after record high illegal border crossings in the Biden administration. But Mayorkas and others have been pleased by a decline in border encounters since the expiration of Title 42.
It is still early, but we've been planning for this transition for months and months, and we've been executing on our plan, and we will continue to do so.
Mayorkas and President Biden stressed that it's too early to say if the results will hold, but believe that early returns are encouraging. Continuing coverage this morning, we are taking you live to Arizona this morning, where the state is one step closer to passing legislation regarding the use of preferred pronouns in schools. The Arizona House approving the bill along party lines Monday. The bill makes it so that teachers cannot knowingly use a preferred name or pronoun that doesn't match official school records. Democratic Representative Lorena Austin saying that the state's first non-binary lawmaker was the lone lawmaker to explain their vote.
Not one of my colleagues from the other side has come to speak to me about this bill. We're talking about, a community that has been marginalized and misunderstood, and what we're asking for is for understanding of the different experiences that we may have.
The bill will now head to Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs' desk for a final ruling. Hobbs previously said she would veto the bill if necessary.
Baltimore County Public Schools have named a new superintendent. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the new superintendent is involved in a lawsuit.
The horses are waking up here at Pimlico, and just ahead, we'll have a preview ahead of all of the action for the Preakness this weekend.
Now we have to find out if Shannon can find just in time. See if that horse is ready for the Preakness. I'm ready for some forecasting. We're going to do it all morning from now until 10 o'clock. Let's do it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. It's a Wednesday, and we are excited because we've got horse racing all week long. That's what we're talking about.
We've got some racing here this morning, too. Not quite the horses, though, so that's going to be funny. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. So maybe that's what we can name the crab later.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in time.
Just in time. Yeah. That's right now, that is the winner. It's what's winning right now. It's not over. The voting is not closed. We'll be talking about that throughout the morning. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far. It's early, and we're happy that you're with us. Looking outside from our Towson camera right now, a little bit of a light breeze out there. That's what you'll see today, the difference. Less cloud cover for the afternoon and a little more of that wind, but you'll also see cooler temperatures. Still hanging on to some mild numbers up and down the Chesapeake and for the Mid-Atlantic, with 60s hanging out right now. Overall, next couple of hours, we'll see those numbers that will eventually climb up into the 70s. Cooler and breezy for the afternoon after our pleasant morning, and temperatures today staying below average. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All righty, let's look at the roadways at this early hour, our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. And as we take a look at the cameras around our region, some of the roads are a little busy. People up and out, starting to get up and out, but they're moving along just fine.
We must all come together to solve these challenges that face us. I truly thank you for your support, and I thank you for putting your faith in me. I promise you that my commitment is to all of our students in Team BCPS. Thank you.
Turning now to counties under pressure, Baltimore County Public Schools announced a new superintendent after a long search for a new candidate.
Board of Education has chosen Dr. Miriam Yarbrough. Now, but her appointment comes as she is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Baltimore County School headquarters with what is next now for the new superintendent. Olivia.
Well, by unanimous vote, the Baltimore County School Board named Dr. Miriam Yarbrough as the new superintendent, and her at Baltimore County Public School headquarters. But as you mentioned, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed a lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022. And the new superintendent, Dr. Miriam Yarbrough, is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, after last night's vote to name Dr. Yarbrough as the new superintendent, she was thankful and reminiscing.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Dr. Yarbrough started her career as a chemistry teacher in Baltimore County, later becoming a principal in Montgomery County, and most recently deputy superintendent here in Baltimore County. The board received a total of 24 applicants for the job, eventually narrowing it down to 4. She replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's 4th superintendent in 6 years. Back to you.
Olivia, what are the concerns that people have about her being named superintendent given the wrongful termination suit that she is named in?
Well, Patrice, the people that we spoke to didn't really have concerns. In fact, they say that she is the best candidate for this position. Take a listen to what they said.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
And Dr. Williams' contract as superintendent will end on June 30th. And of course, you can find more details about that lawsuit on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:03 and turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore police released the body cam video showing the moments before and after an officer shot a 17-year-old last week. The video shows the initial calm conversation on a stoop with the teenager, as well as then the foot chase. BPD paused the video a couple of times, once to highlight what police say was the gun in the teenager's hand, and then a second time to show what they say is the teenager turning toward the officer with the weapon. Now, police have identified the officer as Detective Cedric Ellaby. He's been on the force since 2019. There's a video. You see the gun. Fox 45 News Press Police Commissioner Harrison about the video.
Every police-involved shooting is an unfortunate incident. Every shooting and the harm to anyone is unfortunate. And so I will not say anything about whether I am satisfied, because it will be totally unethical for me to pass judgment before the end of an, and I would be not only undermining but corrupting the investigation.
Ellaby is on administrative leave pending the outcome of the shooting investigation. No word on any charges against the teen.
505 elsewhere in a city in crisis, there are questions surrounding Marvin James, the mayor's interim chief of staff, and why it appears he failed to report all of his income to the city's ethics board. James also works as a campaign consultant who, according to state election reports, has received thousands of dollars from 5 different political campaigns while working at City Hall. That's money the city ethics board requires city workers to report. However, the ethics report filed by James fails to cite any of the payments that he's received from outside work.
You're talking about a city employee who is well paid with city taxpayer dollars, who also on the side is running 5 different campaigns. You got to wonder about his divided attention. You've also got to wonder about his divided loyalties. Is he working to make sure that these people are getting elected, or is he working for the city of Baltimore? It's a terrible conflict of interest.
Well, so far, our calls to James' office have not been returned.
Preakness is taking over all this week.
And as we gear up for Saturday's big race, Shannon Lilly is live from Pimlico this morning with a preview. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we made it inside where the stables are this morning. This is right near the stakes barn where we are, and some of the horses are waking up here this morning. We've seen them poking their heads out. You can see some of those workers feeding them, getting all set and ready for the day, getting them ready for their workouts. We know not everyone is here yet, still waiting for some horses to arrive this morning, but we do want to pull up some video if we can on the left-hand side of your screen of the horses that have arrived. So we know National Treasure was the first to get to Pimlico on Saturday, and you can see him making his grand entrance right there. And then after that, a huge favorite in Kentucky Derby winner Mage got here on Sunday, and he came in. He's in the red there in that video, and he is the one to beat this morning. He's the only horse competing in the Preakness Stakes just 2 weeks after running the Derby. And then Blazing Sevens, we know, got here on Sunday as well. So very exciting. We know that there's 8 horses that are racing in the Preakness Stakes. We're going to keep our eyes peeled for any other horses arriving this morning. We did see one horse pulling up in a trailer, but we're not sure if it's one of the horses that's racing in the Preakness Stakes. I asked around, so we're going to try and find out about that. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes peeled for the fillies that are arriving, too, ahead of Black-Eyed Susan Day. And just ahead in about an hour, we're going to be speaking live with people who are involved in Preak Weeks, which is a whole new thing happening this year, where you can win free tickets to the Preakness. So we're going to tell you all about that coming up. For now, reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
By SB1?
Stand by SB1. Stand by SB1, and I believe, as we've gotten the guidance from the Office of the Attorney General, that it's constitutional.
Governor Wes Moore signing Senate Bill 1 into law, the legal backlash it's now receiving.
Plus, a looming deadline as the country inches closer to a default, how leaders are reacting to a possible economic crisis.
Our temps are in the 60s this morning. We're actually going to be a little bit cooler this afternoon, breaking down what we can expect the rest of the week and, of course, the all-important Preakness weekend. It's coming up on Fox 45, the early edition.
5:11. Right now, we're following several economic concerns with your money top of mind.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with the latest from Wall Street to debt ceiling negotiations. Megan?
A lot going on here, guys. We want to take you live to New York City here this morning, where this morning Wall Street is looking to gain back its losses from yesterday when the Dow just got crushed here. Let's bring this up for you so you can see here. Check it out. Dropping 336 points yesterday following a key earnings report showing consumers are pulling back on spending. Meantime, the state of the American banks in question after lawmakers grilled CEOs for their handling of multiple failed banks. At the same time, slow progress on raising the debt limit could be putting the U.S. at risk of defaulting on its debt. There was another round of debt ceiling discussions at the Oval Office wrapping up just hours ago, with both sides presenting some optimism that a deal will be reached, possibly even by the end of the week. Taking you live now to the White House, where President Biden announcing he will cut his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in order to reach a deal with Republicans. He is, however, expected to leave for Japan today for the G7 summit, returning now on Sunday. In his absence, he has agreed to appoint a negotiator to work towards a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team.
We're still very far apart at this point.
Yes.
What progress was made in this meeting? And you wanted to see a deal by the end of the week.
Yes.
Do you think a deal could be possible?
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
Well, live now to Capitol Hill, where we know these two sides, both sides of the aisle, have just 2 weeks to strike a deal by June 1st and avoid a default. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law, but not without pushback, why opponents of the bill are calling it unconstitutional.
Plus, efforts to grow the Baltimore County Council, why one group says the change would bring more accountability. 5:13 is the time on this Wednesday morning. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:15 now in your consumer news. This morning, the IRS is moving forward with a pilot program launching a free government-run e-filing tax system in 2024. The Biden administration has spent the last 9 months studying whether the service is wanted and how it could be implemented, thanks to money from the Inflation Reduction Act. Supporters argue it will make tax return services more equitable and accessible. But the idea is getting pushback from tax prep companies like TurboTax and H&R Block. Republicans also voiced concern about possible overreach from the IRS.
Home Depot reports its first annual sales decline since the housing crisis in 2009. Now it marks a significant shift in American spending following 3 years of unprecedented growth. Many families focusing on home improvement projects during the pandemic or sought new homes. Now they are reportedly spending on vacations and eating out. Costs are also rising for builders and homeowners, especially with the Fed raising benchmark interest rates. Home 5% this year. Just months ago, it expected sales to remain even with 2022's.
The summer travel season is ramping up and gas prices remain a burden, although not as bad as they were at this time last year. Now, the nationwide average for a gallon of regular is $3.53, according to AAA. Prices about the same as last week and moderately lower than a month ago. They were nearly $1 higher a year ago. Diesel is still over $4 a gallon on average. Now, here in Maryland, the average across the state is just about $3.45, and that's below the national average you see there at $3.53. Montgomery County is the county seeing the highest prices at $3.56. Frederick seeing the lowest at $3.35.
Taco Bell is asking federal regulators to liberate Taco Tuesday from the long-standing trademark. The company argues depriving anyone of saying Taco Tuesday is like depriving the world of sunshine. Taco John's, a relatively small chain restaurant based in Wyoming, holds the trademark and in recent years has warned companies to stop using the phrase in its promotions. Yet during a 2019 push by NBA legend LeBron James to trademark the phrase, U.S. Patent and Trademark Office said it's too common. That's why Taco Bell is now renewing its call for regulators to force Taco John's to abandon its claim. Trademark appeal process can take up to 2 years.
Wait a minute, LeBron James wanted Taco Tuesday?
He wanted it.
Yeah.
He wanted to, yeah.
Wants to control the world, doesn't he?
He does.
I mean, he's on his way to that, but I wonder why would he want Taco Tuesday? What does that?
He's got a lot of businesses. Yeah.
Interesting.
Taco John's is actually pretty good. I've had it. It's a West Coast restaurant, but you know, it's interesting that Taco Bell, you know, we're broken up currently, but it's nice that they're trying to do something to, you know.
To kind of what?
To bring
Take
you
a
back
trademark
together.
that was owned by Taco John's?
No, that they're trying to liberate it and try to make sure that they can't just hold it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they want
I mean, that's how trademarks work. You pay money, you get rights for
get it
them,
right,
20
yeah.
years, then you have to renew them.
Well, I'm going to trademark my forecast so nobody takes that. You know, I don't want Marty doing that or the other guys over there, that Tasselmeyer person. I don't want any of that. It's mine. I got to get on that. Don't we have lawyers that work here? No? We do. All right, we do. Okay. They're not paying attention. It's okay. Good morning to you. Our downtown Baltimore shot right now. Excuse me. We've got mainly clear conditions, a few clouds kind of hanging around on your Wednesday. It is hump day or wear orange Wednesday as well. Beep, beep, as those kids head out to the bus stop. Telling you, we've only got 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks left of school before we are into summertime. 61, your temperature by 7 a.m. We'll be in the upper 60s through noon and into the lower 70s by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. It will be a bit breezy here later today, so just be aware of that on your forecast. 64 by 9 a.m. golfers, upper 60s through noon and into the lower 70s. Maybe at least a one club win. That wind's coming in from the north for the afternoon. Overall on your Crabcast, yeah, I think Carlos the Crab's going to be pretty happy. We're going to go with a 4 today just because it'll be a bit breezy this afternoon, but plenty of sunshine and cooler conditions for today than what we ended up with yesterday. Mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Lower 70s for Towson down through Baltimore City into Dundalk at 73. 69 in Perry Hall and White Marsh for you this afternoon. And in Hartford and Cecil counties, we'll be in those mid to upper 60s as well. The all-important question is what's going on for Preakness weekend? Well, Black Eyed Susan Day looks great. Lower 70s on Friday. Upper 70s Saturday for Preakness, and we are going to see at least the potential for a few showers. Not anything like a major washout, but at least some rain that we've got to get through on Saturday. Timing right now still is in the early afternoon, but we'll definitely keep our eyes on that as Mother Nature, makes up her mind and does whatever she wants. So here's our 7-day forecast for you right now. Lower 70s today, a little cooler actually tomorrow. We're back to the lower 70s as well on Friday, and then we'll be into the 80s on the second half of the weekend and into early next week.
Thank you for that, Justin. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look over 895-95 split this morning. You see people up and out at this hour, at this early hour, but they're moving along just fine. Let's get a check on our mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden Train 841. And we've got a cancellation. It's Brunswick Train 890 canceled today. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays, no issues there. Looking good for the start. And Metro Subway Link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead this morning, a warning for Baltimore City drivers. How long you could wait for a simple repair. And you're taking a live look. Is this the board? This is Ocean City shot here. Wouldn't that be nice this morning? Just take it in for a moment. 522. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .525, here's a look at headlines around this state. A Baltimore County group called Vote for More is working to get a charter amendment on the 2024 ballot that would increase the size of the Baltimore County Council.
Now, the amendment would add 4 more council districts, putting 4 more members on the county council.
The group says the expansion is necessary because of how much the county population has grown. The group says more council members would mean more accountability and better representation.
As it is, we have these gigantic districts, and some people in some parts of the district may feel well represented. But other people in other parts of the district may say, wait a minute, I never get to see that person in my neighborhood. This would be that opportunity for people to elect folks that are closer to them, reflect their values, are willing to be more available and accountable to them.
Fox 45 News reached out to all 7 county council members asking about the movement. We spoke with Council Chair Julian Jones, who says while he is not opposed to the plan, he feels there should be more research done on the plan and its impact before a decision is made. David Marks, a Republican, responded in a statement saying any changes to the county charter needs broad bipartisan support, claiming this movement does not have that support. The councilman says, quote, the Republican Party has never been engaged, and it's my opinion this is really a partisan effort to add Democratic seats to the county council. The statement goes on to say Marks will consider supporting a change when there is bipartisan support.
In Harford County, the Bel Air Volunteer Fire Department is now investigating a car fire. As you see it right here along Mill Road. A firefighter shot this video when it happened yesterday as another crew member was spraying water onto that vehicle to put out those flames. Thankfully, no one was injured.
Still ahead this morning, a sunny and breezy day. Our Weather Authority team is tracking our next chance for showers and how it could impact your Preakness weekend.
Preparation is underway and the horses are waking up here at Pimlico, and it's all ahead of Saturday's big race. Just ahead, we're going to have your Preakness preview and how you could win tickets.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is excited to be here talking about the forecast.
Absolutely. Got Ravens on the right, Orioles on the left with our two anchors over there. So representing the teams here in Baltimore. I love it. Looking good.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Hey, let's take a look outside, see what's going on. Right now, still a few clouds kind of hanging around from what we saw yesterday. Our numbers slid into the 80s for the afternoon. It will be about 10 degrees cooler today, and with that wind, you'll definitely feel cooler as well. Now, we're still hanging on to some mild numbers right now, so lower 60s over the next couple of hours if you want to get out for a run or a jog this morning. We'll top out about 72 today, into the lower 70s for Thursday and Friday as well. Get a little bit more cloud cover Friday as we start to change things up and bring in our next weather maker, which could bring a little bit of rain for at least part of our Preakness weekend. We'll take a closer look at that. We'll do all that for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network, and one of the cameras showing the loop right here in Towson area, Towson-Kearney area, 695. Traffic is moving along just fine. No issues to report around the Baltimore region. Developing now, Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. That limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public.
Governor Moore says he firmly believes the legislation is constitutional, but gun rights advocates and even some Democrats say otherwise.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a closer look at the law and the debate that it's creating. Olivia?
Well, Tom, Patrice, the legislation will take effect on October 1st, meaning that people with a wear and carry license will be limited on where they can bring their firearms in public.
We don't want that individuals, while having a right, that right doesn't mean that you can bring firearms into schools or into nursing homes or into other places where that we don't have a need for people to have firearms.
Concealed weapons will also be banned from government buildings, some healthcare facilities, stadiums, racetracks, museums, and places with licenses to sell alcohol or cannabis. Now, rather than focusing on a bill going after repeat violent offenders, lawmakers focused on Senate Bill 1. A gun rights group says it's prepared to challenge the law if the governor signed the bill, and that's exactly what he did. Opponents of the bill argue it's an assault on the Second Amendment, and Baltimore City Democratic Senator Corey McCray even voted against it.
The confusion relating to the zoning aspects of this bill, from a common sense perspective, it almost rises above the Constitution.
We're doing things kind of backwards, and I do think that it has constitutional issues.
Now, Governor Moore has fired back and said the bill is constitutional and that any legal challenge will not be sustained. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Maryland Senate Republicans are responding to the governor signing Senate Bill 1 in a letter saying, in part, Governor Moore and Democratic leadership are severely limiting the ability of law-abiding citizens to legally carry a firearm to protect themselves and their families. The statement goes on to say state Democrats are ignoring legislation that targets repeat offenders and creates tougher penalties for gun crimes. You can read their full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, while you no longer need to submit a reason to obtain a wear and carry license in the state of Maryland, the process of obtaining one is still comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of paid professional training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for a renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo. Then there's a fee, $75 for new applicants, $50 for a renewal or subsequent licenses.
We want to hear from you. Do you trust Mayor Brandon Scott and Governor Wes Moore to tackle the violent crime problem? So far, 70% of those who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to a city in crisis and a warning for drivers. Mechanics with a South Baltimore repair shop say you could be waiting weeks for a simple repair.
The delays come amid a surge of break-ins and auto thefts across the city. In the first week of May alone, Baltimore police reported a 164% jump in auto thefts, totaling 174 stolen cars in just 7 days.
It just keeps happening. We had, I don't know, maybe a half a dozen cars coming in a week for all that. They're basically breaking into the steering column, taking out the ignition switch, put a pair of pliers on it, turning it without the key.
Mechanics we spoke with say even with insurance, drivers could be waiting over a month for repairs. They recommend parking in front of cameras and well-lit areas.
As car thefts are spiking, state and city leaders are taking action against car companies. Mayor Brandon Scott and the city, they're suing Hyundai and Kia. The mayor is saying that the companies are in part responsible for a spike in the vehicle thefts in Baltimore City. According to Scott, 577 Kias and Hyundais have been stolen in the city due to the car's faulty security systems. Commissioner Michael Harrison says that 41% of all vehicles stolen this year are Kias and Hyundais. The state attorney general wants recalls issued. Former prosecutor Dhruv Vignarajah says those efforts send a wrong message to criminals.
This is a circumstance where there's enough responsibility to go around. Companies do need to sell cars where locks work. At the same time, the criminals have to be held accountable by local police and prosecutors to make it clear that it's not just the companies that share the responsibility. At the end of the day, criminals have to be held accountable, but we shouldn't be making it easier for criminals to get away with their crimes.
Preakness is taking over all this week.
Yeah, and as we are gearing up for Saturday's big race, Shannon Lilly live at Pimlico with a preview for us. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Patrice. It is definitely a gorgeous morning out here. It feels great. Still a little bit quiet at the stables this morning. We've seen a couple of horses out and about being walked around, mostly still just waking up this morning. But of course, the preparations are underway and teams are hard at work getting these stalls all cleaned out, getting everything prepped, getting the horses fed. And of course, they're going to probably be heading to their workouts a little bit later on this morning. But we do want to pull up some video of the horses that we know that are already here that are going to be competing in the Preakness Stakes. So on the left-hand side of your screen here, you can see National Treasure was the first to get to Pimlico on Saturday. He made his grand entrance right there. And then after that, huge favorite and Kentucky Derby winner Mage got here on Sunday. He's in the red there, and he is the one to beat for this race. He's the only horse competing in the Preakness Stakes just 2 weeks after running the Derby. We know Blazing Sevens got here Sunday as well. So there are 8 horses that are competing in the Preakness this year. And so we're going to keep our eyes peeled this morning for any of the other horses that are competing, if they're going to show up this morning. We're also going to keep our eyes peeled for the fillies that are going to be racing on Black-Eyed Susan Day, which is Friday. So much going on, so much to look forward to. And coming up in about 30 minutes, we're going to be talking about a whole new thing that's happening this year called Preak Weeks and how you can win tickets to the Preakness. Reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Baltimore County sees the appointment of a new superintendent of public schools. The concerns this morning when it comes to a lawsuit she's involved in.
Plus, Baltimore City Police releasing the body camera footage of a police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old, the calm moment before the suspect takes off.
Plus, a cooler day ahead with more sunshine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how our Preakness weekend is shaping up. 5:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
New numbers just coming out this morning show more than half of Americans with retirement or investment accounts like a 401k are making changes driven by inflation and higher interest rates.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this means for the economy. Megan.
Yeah, let's take a look, guys. When asked about inflation specifically, only 20%, as you can see right here, say they have contributed more to their stock-related investments this year. That is compared to 26% who say that they have sold or purposely withheld contributions. Results were similar when asked about their response to interest rates. And because of inflation, we are seeing many families have cut back on long-term investments to cover more everyday expenses like groceries. Bankrate says households making less than $80,000 a year were more likely to sell or withhold stock investments. We're also standing by this morning for Target to report its first quarter earnings. It is due out before the opening bell on Wall Street today. Analysts are expecting a weaker sales report, especially after Home Depot's big earnings miss yesterday, its worst miss in 20 years. Its customers are typically homeowners, generally with more disposable income. Falling sales for Home Depot could be a sign that Americans are pulling back elsewhere. We're also going to get a report on new home construction this morning. Building permits, which are a sign of future construction, they're predicted to rise thanks to a shortage in the number of existing homes for sale. That's also helped boost home builder confidence to its highest level in nearly a year. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. For now, we'll send it back to you.
We will improve and accelerate student learning.
There's a new Baltimore County Public School Superintendent. The promises that she is making and why some are still backing her despite a lawsuit.
Preakness is just 3 days away, and attendees will be seeing the same facilities. Why previous improvements have been pushed back again. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:45. The Preakness is this Saturday, and Pimlico will look the same as last year, despite more than 3 years of promises about facility upgrades.
At a meeting ahead of last year's Preakness, the Maryland Stadium Authority said improvements at the stables and clubhouses will begin as soon as this summer. That timeline is being walked back, as the Stadium Authority says there have been design delays, also saying some of the prerequisites for the project are not done.
I actually can't give you a timeline. There's a lot of work to be done. It's an extensive project, and it's got a lot of twists and turns to it, and a lot of complications. It's not a simple, build it and they will come kind of situation.
Maryland Stadium Authority declined multiple interview requests from Fox 45 News to discuss progress on this project.
Dozens of people have fresh ink thanks to Old Bay seasoning and the Baltimore Tattoo Museum. The museum gave free Old Bay tattoos themed in honor of Preakness. Customers had 3 designs to choose from: a crab, mallets, and the Maryland State flower, the Black-Eyed Susan with the Old Bay logo. Now, if you got an Old Bay tattoo, we definitely want to see that. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to our website where you can upload your pictures and videos. You have the chance to be featured in our Preakness gallery all weekend long. Make sure you send us a picture or video from Pimlico or even during your at-home Preakness celebrations.
There was a leg up on the desk. There was like skin exposure. I'm not sure
did
what
you get a tattoo?
he said.
I'm so glad I didn't see any of that. But did you get a tattoo? Is that what that's about?
I was showing him where I was going to get it on the left leg. But Megan and I talked about this last hour. Like, I have my Maryland flag tattoo on my back, so we're good.
I've got a pen. I'm happy to.
You can fill it in. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to fill it in? Oh, okay.
Stick your leg back up here. I'm happy to give you a crab.
I have to go do weather. Yeah, I have to go do
leg
weather.
over on that side of the desk.
Yeah. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Happy Wednesday, everybody. It is hump day, middle of the week. Our Preakness week continues. All the great, exciting things. Can you believe it? I mean, it is almost here. Now, remember, last year, 95 degrees on Preakness Saturday, and it was 90 degrees on Black-Eyed Susan Day. I've got some good news in terms of temperatures that are going to be vastly different from those for this year's Preakness. So we'll talk about that in a sec. 61 your temp next hour on your Rise and Shine cast. Keeping those lower 60s over the next couple of hours, grabbing that cup of joe and enjoying breakfast with us. Sun comes up in minutes from right now. It'll be up until 8:15 tonight. Those daylight hours continue to get longer as we're about 5 weeks away from the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Lower 60s in Fed Hill there in the 8 o'clock hour, and numbers through noon barely to about 70 degrees. It's going to be a bit breezy, so if you want to have lunch outside by the water, just know that wind's going to be blowing around your napkins and your fasteners as well. 72 into that 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So those numbers in Baltimore City are going to be just slightly below average. A lot of us will be in the mid to upper 60s, some lower 70s for the eastern shore, and up and down the 95 corridor, 60s and 70s is what we're looking at for today. So again, your Preakness weekend forecast, 73 Friday, almost 80 on Saturday. We do have the chance for a few showers. Just be aware of that, but nothing like that 95-degree hot day we had last year. All right, here's an update on the horse. We're naming the horse. So Just In Time is starting to pull away from the pack. This Just In has a lot more of those votes coming in. Dark and Stormy never really caught wind. The Weather Maker, and then Whether or Not is also moving up. So right now, Just In Time is currently the winner or leading the race. So Facebook, Twitter, email. Let me know what you want for our horse's name. We got to get the horse name before Friday, guys. So 7-day forecast, lower 70s through Friday, upper 70s Saturday, and then we slide back into the lower 80s into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and the map around the Baltimore region here. You see it's in the green. No issues to report except for your usual construction zones. Let's head out right now and take a live look from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's cruising along 95 northbound in the Falston area. And, yeah, getting through that construction zone. He's just past that, so that's good. And his traffic's moving along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Wednesday, Mark.
Happy Wednesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and we've got Train 890 canceled this morning. Be aware of that in your travels out there on MARC train. Light rail link keeping to the schedule. No delays, no issues. Looking good for the commute start. And Metro Subway link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown, and you can do it for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Give us a call now at 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Make sure you keep watching all week. We are giving away tickets now through Friday, right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where there are growing calls for a complete overhaul of the FBI. The details ahead.
Plus, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is calling out the situation at the southern border, why he says the Secretary of Homeland Security needs to come before Congress. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.454 making your headlines this Wednesday morning with the conclusion of the John Durham probe investigating the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. Blowback on Capitol Hill was almost immediate.
Republicans on Capitol Hill say it provides evidence of a weaponized federal government, and some major changes are needed. National correspondent Christine Frizzau brings us up to speed.
The FBI in the crosshairs once again. The top law enforcement agency now accused of not following the very laws it works to enforce.
The FBI proved once again that they have political bias. They ought to have egg on their face. I hope that we get some real reform.
Calls for reform following special counsel John Durham's report on his 4-year investigation, digging deep into another investigation, the one probing ties between the 2016 Trump campaign and Russia, known as Crossfire Hurricane, accusing the FBI of discounting or willfully ignoring material information that did not support the narrative of collusion between Trump and Russia.
Everything that they said about me is completely false.
At the center of Crossfire Hurricane was former Trump campaign official Carter Page, who spoke with us back in 2019, after the FBI was accused of giving false information to wiretap him, violating protocols.
These false testimonies were being used as a way of lying to a federal court. Every time you learn more about just how corrupt and illicit this whole scheme was, this big Russia hoax, it just kept getting worse and worse.
Despite the scathing report, the two criminal cases brought by special counsel John Durham both ended in acquittal. And the Justice Department insists it's already made the proper reforms to prevent any flawed investigations from happening in the future. Still, GOP lawmakers are vowing to hold hearings and to hold people accountable.
The FBI, as it currently exists, cannot go on like this. We are going to have to reform that institution. It begins with the leadership. This is crazy. I mean, this takes us back to the days of J. Edgar Hoover. This has got to stop.
Those who have for years accused the FBI and Department of Justice of being weaponized, feeling vindicated, as top law enforcement officials insist changes have already occurred from the inside out. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
A rare show of top-level testimony with the Secretaries of Defense, State, and Commerce addressing the Senate Appropriations Committee. They're making the case for President Joe Biden's proposed 2024 budget and warning against proposed cuts from the GOP amid debt ceiling negotiations. The cabinet members focused on the challenge China poses and the need to work together across departments to make sure the U.S. can compete.
Competing with China requires everyone on the field operating as a whole of government and working in a bipartisan way with Congress. It requires the use of the full extent of our economic, diplomatic, and military tools.
No amount of money can buy back the time that we lose when we're forced to operate under continuing resolutions.
The GOP has proposed reducing spending to 2022 levels without making cuts to defense. Secretary Lloyd Austin says that would still hamstring the government's ability to compete with China, even with the military exempted.
Well, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy slams Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over the situation at the southern border.
I bet if you hook Mayorkas up to a lie detector test, he could not pass a lie detector saying, the border is secure.
Now, McCarthy says Mayorkas should come before Congress to answer questions about border security. But Mayorkas and others have been pleased by a decline in border encounters since the expiration of Title 42, even though it remains double the number of encounters during the Trump and Obama years.
It is still early, but, we've been planning for this transition for months and months, and we've been executing on our plan, and we will continue to do so.
Mayorkas and President Biden stress it is too early to say if the results will hold, but they do say that early returns are encouraging. Florida's governor is preparing to send more than 1,100 National Guard soldiers and law enforcement officials to the southern border in Texas.
He is sending 800 guardsmen, 200 Florida Department of Law Enforcement officers, more than 100 state troopers, and nearly 24 wildlife officers. They'll go equipped with 5 planes, 17 drones, 2 command vehicles, and 10 boats. The goal is to help with the influx of migrants following the end of Title 42. DeSantis made a similar move in 2021 following requests from the governors in Texas and Arizona.
Baltimore County Public Schools have named a new superintendent. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the new superintendent is involved in a lawsuit.
Take in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown and support local businesses while you're doing it. I'll explain how coming up.
And our temperatures are not looking too bad right now, but as we head toward the afternoon, actually cooler numbers on the way. We'll break it all down for you. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're out at Pimlico, and it looks like it's a gorgeous morning to be out there.
Well, hopefully it stays that way for the majority of the weekend. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that for us.
All the pressure on the Weather Authority team, right? Yeah, but as I mentioned earlier, not going to be nearly as hot as it was last year. So we got that to look forward to. Possibly a few showers. It's not looking like a washout. So also good news. We'll talk more about that weekend forecast in a few. But right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, sun is now up, even though we have a few clouds out there. Overall, our temperature is kind of mild right now. You can see on the right side of your screen, a lot of us are waking up in the 60s. A pleasant morning, cooler and breezy for the afternoon. We'll see a lot more sunshine and those temperatures actually dropping to below average. So maybe a light jacket this morning. Definitely the sunglasses for today and no need for the umbrella. Really didn't get much rain at all yesterday, at least here locally. Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive. Temperature staying in the 60s for the next few hours. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras that we have around the inner and outer loops here. And it looks like everyone is in the green on all major roadways around Baltimore.
I look forward in the coming weeks to meet with many members of Team BCPS. I would love to hear from you directly and work together to determine our next steps in service of students, staff, and community.
Turning now to counties under pressure, Baltimore County Public Schools announcing a new superintendent yesterday after a long search for a new candidate.
The Board of Education has chosen Dr. Miriam Yarborough, but her appointment comes as she is also part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Baltimore County School headquarters with what's next for the new superintendent. Olivia?
Well, the board voted unanimously to name Dr. Miriam Yarborough as the new superintendent, and her appointment led to a standing ovation right here at the Baltimore County Public School headquarters. But as you mentioned, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed the lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022. And new superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarborough is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, after last night's vote to name Dr. Yarborough as the new superintendent, she was thankful and reminiscing.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Dr. Yarborough started her career as a chemistry teacher in Baltimore County, later becoming a principal in Montgomery County, and most recently deputy superintendent here in Baltimore County. The board received a total of 24 applicants for the job, eventually narrowing it down to 4. She replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's 4th superintendent in 6 years. Back to you.
So, Olivia, did anyone have concerns about her being named the new superintendent because she's in that wrongful termination suit?
No, Patrice, not really. In fact, most of the people that we spoke to think that she is the best candidate for this position. Take a listen to what they said.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
Now, Dr. Williams' contract as superintendent will end on June 30th. And, of course, you can find more details about that lawsuit on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Dr. Yarborough's appointment comes months after current superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams announcing that he would not renew his contract, as you heard Olivia mentioning. He made that announcement in January following 3 years of controversies and then pressure from multiple groups asking the school board to replace him, including members of the Baltimore County Council, the Randallstown NAACP, and the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. Williams refused every Project Baltimore request for an interview since his introductory one-on-one. It was his first day on the job.
You can see more about Williams, Yarborough, the lawsuit facing Baltimore County Public Schools. It's all online. Go to foxbaltimore.com right now and click on Project Baltimore at the top. You'll find all of Chris Papp's reporting there. Preakness is taking over all this week, from the unique shopping experiences to the mouthwatering cuisine.
Oh, my goodness. Shen Lilly is joining us live from Pimlico this morning. And Shen, what can people expect when they head out there for Preakness? And let's talk food. Why not?
Let's talk food, and actually, Tom, let's talk coffee. You know, what better way to take in Preakness than with a cup of Joe? And I am here with Travis Bell, and you are the owner of Black Acres Roastery, right? So can you tell us about your business a little bit?
Yeah, so Black Acres Roastery is a small batch coffee roaster located in the Station North District. We have 2 locations, one at Openworks and the second one at the New Lexington Market. We focus on coffee roasting, cold brew, subscriptions. We also offer local and national delivery.
Okay, so while we're talking about it, let's pour ourselves a cup of coffee, because I'm a little sleepy this morning. I don't know about you, but talk about Preak Weeks, because you guys are involved in something that's a whole new initiative this year, and it's really pretty cool.
Yeah, so Preak Weeks is something that was done for local businesses to participate in, and we're able to showcase our business to the local community. They're able to come in and receive tickets for the Preak Weeks, for Preakness, so that way they can actually participate in the activity.
So very cool. So how has that been going?
Really well. We've seen a lot of uptick in traffic, customers coming in to see what we're doing and what we're serving, as well as signing up to hopefully win a ticket for the day. And
how has the response been when you let people know that they're
really excited because we have some customers that are first timers and some that have gone, year after year. So it's really been a mix of people.
That's awesome. You yourself, you're going to be here on Saturday as well,
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Something that I look forward to as someone that's only been a couple times. So.
Oh my goodness, so exciting. And so do you have a horse that you're rooting for?
I don't. I'm just going to hope we get a good win, and yeah.
Yeah, just along for the ride, along for the excitement. Well, very cool. And again, you have until Friday to participate. So your 2 locations, where are they again?
Openworks, which is on Greenmount Avenue, and our second location's in the new Lexington Market.
So all you have to do, come in, buy some coffee, right?
And
then you have a chance to
sign up, and then you have a chance to win tickets.
Yeah, and meet us right here. Not a bad deal, right, guys?
That sounds pretty good.
Oh,
Anytime coffee's involved, it's a good deal.
Thank you, Shannon.
Exactly. We're going to drink some right now.
Oh,
see you guys.
Jealous.
And Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Still ahead, why some are preparing to challenge the newly signed law.
The debt ceiling's deadline is just 2 weeks away. After the break, where discussions stand right now between the president and congressional leaders.
As we take a look from our Towson cam this morning, overall, not too bad. It's a bit mild here, and we're going to see cooler numbers for the afternoon. We'll talk about how long these cool temperatures stick around. On Fox 45 Morning News, we're all local all morning.
6:10. Right now, we are following several economic concerns with your money top of mind.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with the latest from Wall Street to debt ceiling negotiations. Megan.
Yeah, we're starting in New York, guys, taking you there live where this morning Wall Street is looking to gain back its losses from yesterday when the Dow just got crushed. We're going to show you exactly what we're talking about here. Take a look at this here. Dropping 336 points following a key earnings report showing consumers are pulling back on spending. Meantime, the state of American banks in question after lawmakers just grilled CEOs for their handling of multiple failed banks. And at the same time, slow progress on raising the debt limit. That could be putting the U.S. at risk of defaulting on its debt. We know that there was another round of debt ceiling discussions at the Oval Office, wrapping up just hours ago last night, with both sides presenting some optimism that a deal will be reached, possibly by the end of the week. Taking you live now to the White House, where President Biden announcing he will cut his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in order to reach a deal with Republicans. He is, however, expected to leave for Japan today for the G7 summit, returning now on Sunday. In his absence, he has agreed to appoint a negotiator to work towards a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team.
We're still very far apart at this point.
Yes.
What progress was made in this meeting? And you wanted to see a deal by the end of the week.
Yes.
Do you think a deal could be possible?
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
Live now to Capitol Hill this morning, where these two sides have just 2 weeks to strike a deal by June 1st to avoid a default. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Are you making changes to your daily lives due to the inflation? Well, just ahead, how your subtle changes are affecting our economy.
Baltimore City passes a grim milestone with more than 100 lives lost to violence. Just ahead, what law enforcement experts are saying is the main cause of violence in the city. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 in your consumer news. If you haven't logged on to your Google account in a while, you could soon lose it forever.
Google says any accounts that have been inactive for at least 2 years will be deleted in December. The decision is meant to prevent security threats such as hacks. The change will not apply to businesses or schools. Inactive accounts and the recovery emails will begin receiving warnings of deletion this week. Apple is allowing users to bring their own voice to their iPhones.
Yeah, the company announcing a pair of new features it plans to release later this year. With personal voice, users who are at risk of losing their ability to speak will be able to record their voice, and their device will then learn it. The second feature is called Live Speech. It allows users to type what they want to say, and then their voice will read it out loud. Well, trending now, talk about some hands-on experience at Baltimore Public Schools. Students at Reginald F. Lewis High School, they are learning some of the basics of being a veterinarian. In fact, they are taking vitals and clipping nails, all part of the pre-vet practice session. And it seems like the dogs are right there in these photos. Well, that one dog is in good hands.
Well, looking ahead to Preakness Race Day, Mage, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, will be starting in the 3rd position for the Preakness Stakes. Monday's draw party was the first to ever be open to the public. The crowd cheered when Mage's name was called. Members of his team say they're happy with the draw and they're confident in their chances on Saturday.
This is what we dream of. No the recognition, no like getting famous, no about that. It's about winning the race. Now that we have won it, of course, we understand that with that kind of success, there's another other stuff coming together with that. And we try to do the best we can.
There are only 8 horses running in the Preakness. There were 18 horses that ran in the Kentucky Derby. Mage is the favorite to win. The winner of the Preakness will take home $1.65 million. Is your money on Mage? Are you betting?
I'm not betting, but I mean, just 8 horses, that does make this race a lot more interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's not normal, right? I mean, don't we have... Okay.
Normally about 10 to 12. The 3rd pole position right here for Mage, that's ideal because you're not on the rail,
there,
you're off, you've got that nice angle. 3rd and 4th is what
so
a
it
lot
sounds
of
like the money should be on Mage.
And last year, what was last year? We didn't have the Kentucky Derby winner here, right? Yeah. So that's why this year it's always exciting because it's like, okay, everybody's going for Mage, and then everybody wants there to be another Triple Crown. So here we go. The possibilities are there. Our Preakness weekend forecast, speaking of such, Black-Eyed Susan Day looks great, lower 70s on Friday. Saturday, upper 70s, definitely cooler than last year. We do have that chance for a few showers. It looks like we are going to see at least a couple of rain showers moving through in the early part of the afternoon. So just know, I know you're going to have all your great hats and fascinators and all the fun things out there, but just know that we could get a little bit of rain, not looking like a lot of rain, which is also good news. So here's a look at your bus stop forecast for today. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop, right about 60 here in the next hour. Upper 60s through noon and into the lower 70s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. A bit breezy later today as well. Crabs. We love crabs here in Maryland. Apparently there's some crab race coming up a little bit later this morning. Oh, yeah, there is. So now listen, if you have to get to work and everything, you can hit record on the old DVR or you can just watch it online. But Carlos the Crab is saying it's a 4 today on the Crab Cast. So overall, a good day, just a bit breezy outside. Right about 72 for your high on your quick glance forecast. Temperatures below average for this time of year. 8:15 is when that sun goes to bed, so plenty of sunshine. Now, we know those pollen numbers still kind of off the charts. High pollen counts for both trees and grass. Mold even in that moderate category. So that's what we're looking at for pollen. O's got the win last night. Wear Orange Wednesday. They're back at it again on your O's cast as the Angels are still in town. 2 more games against the Angels. So 6:35 first pitch tonight, 68. Gorgeous conditions here and a really nice evening, maybe even a light jacket by the time you get to the 8th and 9th inning there at Camden Yards. So here's a look at our future scan. Overall, the cold front moving to the south of us, bringing in the drier and cooler air. Wind is going to pick up from the north later this afternoon. Tomorrow looking better, in fact, less wind, still a little bit cooler. Friday will start to turn things around and get more of the warmer air coming in. A few more clouds Friday afternoon, but overall looking pretty good. Here's that next weather maker, a cold front coming in from the west. So Saturday, this is about 2-3 o'clock where we had that chance for a couple of showers by race time in that 6 o'clock hour, maybe a couple of more sprinkles as well as that system moves through, but it's not looking like a lot of rain at this time. Shout out to the Weber family. They love watching the show, and that is Rose Rosie, their sweet puppy right there with our pet pics. I appreciate you sending that picture in. Weber family, good morning to all of you. And good morning to you as well. Love to get your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, or can hit me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We'll get your pets on TV. Still don't officially have the name for the horse. It's leaning toward just in time for our horse right there on Saturday. But lower 70s through Friday, upper 70s Saturday. And then we get back into the lower 80s for the second half of the weekend and into next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a look at the Towson, Lock Raven area here, the inner and outer loops. You see everyone's moving along just fine. We want to get another check, though, on your mass transit on this Wednesday morning. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line with a 5-minute delay, and Brunswick 890 canceled this morning. Light Rail Link has a delay. It's the BWI extension that's running about 20 minutes late to and from BWI Thurgood Marshall. Certainly allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link checking in on time in both directions of that line. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The mayor's interim chief of staff at the center of growing controversy. Just ahead, the ethical questions about campaign funds this morning. 6:21. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Now to a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott's interim chief of staff facing ethics questions over whether he failed to report all of his income to the city's ethics board.
Prior to his current appointment, Marvin James worked in the mayor's office as well as working as a campaign consultant. According to state elections reports, he received thousands of dollars from 5 political campaigns. Now, James is required to report those payments, but didn't, according to a recent ethics report.
You're talking about a city employee who's well paid with city taxpayer dollars, who also on the side is running 5 different campaigns. You got to wonder about his divided attention. You've also got to wonder about his divided loyalties. Is he working to make sure that these people are getting elected, or is he working for the city of Baltimore? It's a terrible conflict of interest.
So far, our calls to James' office have not been returned.
This is the latest issue surrounding financial disclosures in City Hall. In fact, earlier this year, a judge found City Council President Nick Mosby violating 2 ethics rules for failure to report donations from a legal defense fund in his name. Judge ordering Mosby to disclose those donations. And then late last year, remember Mayor Brandon Scott facing questions about $5,000 campaign contribution from a longtime city contractor, J.P. Grant. Days after that contribution, the Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract to a company connected with Grant. While the mayor recused himself from that vote, 3 of his appointees voted to approve the contract. You can find more on all 3 of these issues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Meanwhile, Baltimore is mourning more than 100 lives lost to violence, passing that grim milestone this week. While overall homicides and shootings were down compared to the same time last year, among juveniles, homicides are up about 67%. Non-fatal shootings among young people up 55%. Law enforcement experts say guns, drugs, and gangs are the main drivers of the juvenile violence and violence overall.
Drug organizations are significant drivers of violent crime, particularly shootings and murders in the city of Baltimore.
Gangs are certainly a driver of violence in the city. There's no doubt about it.
Former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson says BPD doesn't have the manpower to deal with the crime problem. According to Baltimore Police, their uniform crime reporting closure rate is at about 40%. That means there are more than 50 unsolved homicides this year. A former detective telling Fox 45 News it's a scary reality for those living in the city.
If you want to live with killers, then 40% is good. But if you want to live in a society where you can feel free to go to the convenience store or go to school, man, 95% is what you're shooting for.
BPD says they have 500 officer vacancies, while the police union claims the department is actually closer to 700 officers short of what is needed to effectively police the city.
We'll be dry and cooler today with temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how your Preakness forecast is shaping up.
And speaking of Preakness, what more could you ask for? Delicious food, a gorgeous backdrop, and now we are speaking with another business owner participating in Preak Weeks. Just ahead, we'll tell you how you can win those tickets to the Preakness. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday. Welcome back. It's 6:30. We're moving along this morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly 60s to 70s. That's a big change when we're talking about the temperature today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers
from the 80s we saw yesterday. Right. Exactly right. What you don't see behind the scenes is amazing here at Fox 45. You know, like, it's so funny because Tom just literally got to his seat with his new cup of coffee. But he's here and we're ready to go.
So were you always a tattletale?
No,
were you the teacher's pet?
No, I just think it's funny because I was like, is he going to make it? And you always do.
I've been doing it 11 years. I think I've got it kind of down.
Buddy? Yeah, there's nothing to worry about that. Hey, here's a cool shot. If you look closely from our Towson camera, kind of those clouds sticking around, and there is that Orioles orange sun that is now up officially, even though tough for us to see. Now, we're going to get this cloud cover out of here, but our mild conditions right now is because of those clouds. Low to mid 60s up and down the Chesapeake, 50s in western Maryland this morning. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Next few hours, we're staying dry with low to mid 60s out there for your morning commute. We're going to get to about 72. So, 10 degrees cooler than yesterday and only about 70 for tomorrow before we get back into some slightly warmer conditions by Friday. We're going to break down that forecast, especially for this all-important weekend. That's coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, developing now, Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. That limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public.
Governor Moore says he firmly believes the legislation is constitutional, but gun rights advocates and even some Democrats say otherwise.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at the law and the debate that it has been creating here. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the legislation takes effect on October 1st, meaning that people with a wear and carry license will be limited on where they can bring their firearms in public.
We don't want that individuals that right doesn't mean that you can bring firearms into schools or into nursing homes or into other places where that we don't have a need for people to have firearms.
Concealed weapons will also be banned from government buildings, some healthcare facilities, stadiums, racetracks, museums, and places with licenses to sell alcohol or cannabis. Now, rather than focusing on a bill going after repeat violent offenders, lawmakers focused on Senate Bill 1. A gun rights group says it's prepared to challenge the law if the governor signed the bill, and that's exactly what he did. Opponents of the bill argue it's an assault on the Second Amendment, and Baltimore City Democratic Senator Corey McCray even voted against it.
The confusion relating to the zoning aspects of this bill, from a common sense perspective, it almost rises above the Constitution.
We're doing things kind of backwards, and I do think that it has constitutional issues.
Governor Moore has fired back and said the bill is constitutional and that any legal challenge will not be sustained. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Maryland Senate Republicans are responding to the governor signing Senate Bill 1 in a letter saying, in part, Governor Moore and Democratic leadership are severely limiting the ability of law-abiding citizens to legally carry a firearm to protect themselves and their families. The statement goes on to say state Democrats are ignoring legislation that targets repeat offenders and creates tougher penalties for gun crimes. You can read the full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, while you no longer need to submit a reason to obtain a wear and carry license in the state of Maryland, the process of obtaining one is still comprehensive. It includes registering online with the state, then submitting fingerprints, going through 16 hours of paid professional training with state police or a qualified handgun instructor. It's 8 additional hours for a renewal. After that, you also need to provide a passport-style photo, and then there's a fee, $75 for new applicants, $50 for renewal or subsequent licenses.
We want to hear from you. Do you trust Mayor Brandon Scott and Governor Wes Moore to tackle the violent crime problem? So far, 67% of those who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Preakness is taking over all this week, from the unique experiences to the mouth-watering cuisines.
That's right. Shannon Lilly is joining us from Pimlico. And earlier, Shannon, you were talking about coffee, which made me think of one of the runners in there, Coffee with Chris. I mean, that's one of the horses. Now you're saying, wait, we've got something that goes really well with coffee.
Exactly. What pairs better with coffee, Tom, than delicious pastries, baked goods? I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better assignment. I've got this beautiful backdrop, and I am also joined by Amanda Mack, a beautiful business owner.
Yes.
Tell us about your business.
Thank you. So I am the founder of Pressed by Mac Bakery right here in Baltimore, family-owned small batch bakery. We love crafting things that are inspired by nostalgia and our family story. So I'm excited to be able to share this with you all this morning.
Yes, and you're also participating in Preak Week. So tell me how you're participating. How can people get involved?
So was really excited about this opportunity from Kids Tomorrow Hello, a Maryland Jockey Club. We're big on like family and storytelling, so we've really been engaging with our followers online, asking them all kinds of fun things like, what was your favorite Preakness memory? What's your favorite Preakness food? How old were you when you got into Preakness? Just a lot of engagement and trying to get people to come together and really talk about the beauty of Baltimore and events that bring people together from all over.
So how can people win tickets then?
So you can win tickets on our Instagram. We're asking questions every day. We're picking winners at random. You can also win tickets by coming to our pop-up, which happens on every Saturday from 10 to 2. But we'll be giving away tickets Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Dozens of tickets between now and then. You just answer simple questions on our stories and on our Instagram, and we'll pick winners at random.
Very cool. All of this looks so good. So what is your favorite? What should I pick?
So I'm definitely Team Savory. We are known for our infamous crab pies.
Oh my God.
Yes, Maryland crab, lump, jumbo
And
lump.
that's this one, right?
And that is that one, absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
These are sold out all the time, so it's really like a really beauty to be able to get one of those.
And special to see it right there. Doesn't happen often, guys.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So you have the opportunity to eat good food and win tickets to the Preakness. It's a great deal, guys, right?
I think since those things are sold out so often that Shannon needs to just here.
That would make sense. And then grab that stack of cookies, too, while you're at it.
I think I'm going to
that would be perfect.
just head out now. Thanks, guys.
No. All right. Thank you.
Baltimore County Public Schools has a new superintendent. Why there's some controversies, though, behind their pick.
It is going to be a bit breezy, but we will see more sun today. Just ahead, what we can expect for our Preakness weekend. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Storms rumbled through the Tennessee Tri-Cities area Tuesday, leaving a calling card of damaged buildings and plenty of snapped trees in Pennington Gap, Virginia. A tornado warning was issued for parts of the area Tuesday evening. Severe weather also knocked out 911 service in Lee County, Virginia for a bit before it was restored.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
with the chaos. And new numbers out this morning show more than half of Americans with retirement or investment accounts like 401ks are making changes driven by inflation and higher interest rates.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this means for the economy. Megan.
A lot of eyes on this, guys. Take a look. When asked about inflation specifically, only 20% say they have contributed more to their stock-related investments this year, and that is compared to 26% who say they have sold or purposely withheld contributions. Results were similar when asked about their response to interest rates. And because of inflation, we are seeing many families cutting back on long-term investments to cover more everyday expenses like groceries. This is from Bankrate, and it says that households making less than $80,000 a year were more likely to sell or withhold stock investments. Now, we are also standing by here this morning, guys, for Target to report its first quarter earnings. It is due out before opening bell on Wall Street today. Analysts expecting a weaker sales report, especially after Home Depot's big earnings miss yesterday, its worst miss in 20 years. Its customers are typically homeowners, generally with more disposable income. Falling sales for Home Depot could actually be a bigger sign that Americans are pulling back elsewhere. We're also getting to get a report today on new home construction this morning. Building permits, which are a sign of future construction, are predicted to rise thanks to a shortage in the number of existing homes for sale. That's also helped boost home builder confidence to its highest level in nearly a year. We're going to keep you posted as those numbers drop right here from our live center.
What employees want, and can small business owners keep up with current demands? We break down a recent survey and the challenges companies are facing, forcing some to put their plans on hold.
If you have received an unexpected letter from your mortgage company, look closely. It might be a scam. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the things you need to know when spotting a mortgage fraud. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:45 in your morning rush this Wednesday. Police are looking for whoever is responsible for two separate shootings. The first happening before 2 yesterday morning along North Augusta Avenue. And then police say a 40-year-old man who had been shot multiple times checked himself into a hospital. Then, just after 2 yesterday afternoon, there was another walk-in shooting victim in southwest Baltimore. Police have not said where that man was shot. Anyone with information on either incident asked to contact Baltimore City Police.
Baltimore police are now investigating a body found in northeast Baltimore just after 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Homicide detectives say they found an unidentified body in a wooded area off of Exeter Hall Avenue. That's next to the Stadium School. The medical examiner's office is performing an autopsy. It's currently a homicide investigation.
Baltimore County Public Schools announces a new superintendent after a nationwide search for a new candidate.
The Board of Education has chosen Dr. Miriam Yarborough, but her appointment comes as she is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit.
Olivia Dance joining us live now. And Olivia, what is next for this new superintendent?
Yeah, well, Tom, the county school board voted unanimously to name Dr. Miriam Yarborough as the new superintendent, and her appointment led to a standing ovation right here at the Baltimore County Public School headquarters. But as you mentioned, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed the lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022. And the new superintendent, Dr. Miriam Yarborough, is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, as far as her being appointed as the new superintendent, she replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's fourth superintendent in 6 years. Coming up in about 15 minutes, hear what Dr. Yarborough had to say after she was named the new superintendent. Back to you.
All right, 6:47. We need another check of the forecast. Hopefully, good day ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now, and it doesn't look too hot behind you right there.
No.
You can barely make out the fuzz of which is the sun.
Yeah,
right?
kind of overcast right now. Some of the hazy conditions out there. Today is National Cherry Cobbler Day. That's what I said, Patricia. I was like, yeah, I mean, peach cobbler.
Yeah, peach cobbler.
That's the winner, right, by far. But cherry cobbler,
blueberry cobbler.
I'm not even a big peach cobbler, and I know that's crazy because I have southern roots, and they all are.
What happened?
All right, well, enjoy that cherry cobbler today if you'd like, folks, and good morning to all of you. Yeah, still those clouds kind of hanging around, that moisture left over from what we saw yesterday. Didn't really get a lot of rain. In fact, not really much of any rain here in the Baltimore region. A little bit south of us did get some of those showers and storms. Right at 60 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Westerly wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's going to be the difference today. More sunshine and more wind as well, but cooler temperatures. So as you continue your breakfast routine with us, grab that cup of joe and enjoy some breakfast next few hours. Temperatures into the 60s and mid 60s through about 9 a.m. And right through town, you're looking at numbers about 65 in that 10 o'clock hour. Not bad for lunch outdoors. Again, a bit breezy at times later today with lower 70s into that 2 o'clock hour for you. Even for your happy hour festivities, still about 70 degrees by 5 p.m. So check these numbers out. Mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. Some lower 70s for the eastern shore over to Baltimore City. Typically 75 is where we are for May 17th, and those numbers are going to stay in the below average category up and down the 95 corridor, even down the ocean, about 66 in Ocean City for today. Back at the ballpark tonight for your O's cast, and the Angels are in town. Two more games, 6:35 tonight, and then they have an afternoon game tomorrow. 68 degrees for your first pitch. Great conditions. Hopefully the O's continue winning. They've got a one-game winning streak, won last night. Here's a look at our future scan. Drying out nicely with that northerly wind today. Even a bit cooler tomorrow. And looking ahead to Friday for Black-Eyed Susan Day. Overall, not too bad at all. Little bit warmer. A few more of those clouds rolling in. Next weathermaker does come in on Saturday, and it does bring at least the chance for a few showers by the time we get into Saturday afternoon. But not looking like a lot of rain at this time. We're just 12 days out to Memorial Day. 32 days until Father's Day. Juneteenth in just 33 days from right now. And today, 5 weeks from the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Here's that 7-day forecast. We know we got a lot of things going on this weekend, and obviously our eyes turn into the forecast. So we'll try to keep everything nice and good for all of the folks out there. Lower 80s as we get into early next week.
6:50 and the Preakness is this Saturday. Pimlico will look the same as last year, despite more than 3 years of promises of facility upgrades.
At a meeting ahead of last year's Preakness, the Maryland Stadium Authority said improvements at the stables and the clubhouses would begin as soon as this summer. But that timeline is now being walked back as the Stadium Authority says there have been design delays, also saying that some of the prerequisites for the project aren't done.
I actually can't give you a timeline. It's, there's a lot of work to be done. It's an extensive project, and it's got a lot of twists and turns to it, and a lot of complications. It's not a simple, build it and they will come kind of situation.
The Maryland Stadium Authority declined multiple interview requests from Fox 45 News to discuss progress on this project.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by First.
Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Give us a call right now at 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. And make sure you keep watching all week because we're giving away tickets now through Friday right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look at Pimlico, Preakness taking over all this week, where speed meets passion and champions are made. We'll take a look at behind the scenes on how they are getting the horses ready for this big race just ahead.
It is National Travel and Tourism Week, so why not explore the great state of Maryland? In just about 30 minutes, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark gives us some of the places you can visit.
Well, no matter where you are traveling today, even school or work, it all starts with that perfect cup of coffee.
Man, does it. It's time for a coffee break.
Small businesses are the engine of our economy, the glue. They really are the glue, the heart and soul of communities.
40% of the gross domestic product of America, small businesses, not mega corporations, small businesses. You employ nearly half of all private sector workers. I don't think people know that.
In today's Assignment America, fears of inflation and more interest rate hikes appear to be impacting a major driver of the U.S. economy, small businesses.
And according to a recent survey, the number of small businesses expecting to expand their workforce is slipping.
Didi Gatton with the National Desk joins us now with the challenges some small businesses are facing and what experts say they can do to be successful in this economy.
The U.S. Chamber of Commerce says the latest data shows we have 9.9 million job openings in the U.S. and 5.8 million unemployed workers. In light of this gap, some small business owners say there are jobs, but they're having trouble recruiting workers.
Small businesses, which hire more employees than any other sector of the economy, they're really struggling to meet demand.
From meeting employee demands to higher interest rates, there are several challenges small businesses are facing right now. According to George Washington University professor of management, Dr. Christopher Case, now that all appears to be impacting goals for expansion. Citing a recent survey conducted for the Wall Street Journal, the platform says small business owners with plans of workforce expansion over the next year was below 50% for the second month in a row in May, reaching the lowest level since June 2020. Better Business Bureau President Tom Bartholomew says he's trying to keep up with requests from potential hires.
The two new hires we brought on in both situations, they came back and said, hey, look, I just got another offer as well. Is there any way that you can match what this other company's doing?
Bartholomew says while employees can be more discerning about where they work, small business owners may be hesitant to expand for economic reasons.
Especially contractors, HVAC, and so forth. They're having difficulty hiring people, but they're telling us that, okay, we're going to try to make do because they're just afraid that if they do go out and hire a lot more people and then the economy turns into a recession, they're going to have to let all those people go.
Case points out others are reluctant to let employees go out of fear they won't be able to fill the spots.
With wages increasing, it becomes more expensive to hire qualified and highly skilled employees. So we're kind of struggling at the small business level to kind of keep up with the labor market as well.
Kay says the small businesses that'll thrive in this economy are the ones who offer flexible schedules like a 4-day week or work from home options, and those that match wages employees are demanding. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Didi Gatton.
This morning, where Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a group of entrepreneurs, all men of color, to participate in a discussion about the challenges of owning a small business.
The vice president commended their grit and creativity. The Biden administration hopes to invest $100 billion into minority-owned businesses in 5 years.
Making your headlines this Wednesday morning, a warning for drivers. Mechanics with a South Baltimore repair shop say you could be waiting weeks for a simple repair.
The delays come amid a surge of break-ins and auto thefts across the city. In the first week of May alone, BPD reported a 164% jump in auto thefts, totaling 174 stolen cars in just 7 days.
It just keeps happening. We had, I don't know, maybe a half a dozen cars coming in a week for all that. They're basically breaking into the steering column, taking out the ignition switch, put a pair of pliers on it, turning it without the key.
Mechanics we spoke with say even with insurance, drivers could be waiting more than a month for repairs. They recommend parking in front of cameras and well-lit areas.
Baltimore County Public Schools have named a new superintendent. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out why the new superintendent is involved in a lawsuit.
Mayor Brandon Scott's newly installed chief of staff now facing ethics questions. The payday he is accused of not reporting while working for the city.
And as we're walking a little bit closer to Preakness, we're talking about numbers that are not going to be too bad for this upcoming weekend. We'll take a closer look at it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday. May 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Joining us now, walking across the studio. Brisk walks. This is nice. It's a great morning for a brisk walk.
Yeah, that's
right?
that's what Buwala does every night. She runs around here. It's great.
Did you do your Superman walk yet?
I have not.
Okay, because you're on a roll with it.
I got to get out there. All right, good point, because I don't know how it feels outside right now. I just talk about it. I look at the pictures.
Got to get the feels.
And I was out there like for a brief moment just about an hour and a half ago, and it kind of feels a little still muggy with the clouds that are kind of hanging around, almost a hazy shade of winter. Hashtag Bengals. So here's a look at our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. It's not winter, obviously. We're in spring. And our weather story looks like this. A pleasant morning, cooler and breezy for the afternoon. Our temperatures today below average. So we're actually going to be cooler than where we were yesterday. Now, still hanging on to some 60s for the next few hours. Out for a run or a jog, going to be mild on your jogging cast. The 3T cast, 72 today, 47 tonight, and only 74 tomorrow. So actually going to be even cooler on Thursday. We'll break down your full forecast and what we can expect for the weekend ahead in just a few.
7:01 and turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Public Schools announced a new superintendent after a long search for a new candidate.
The Board of Education choosing Dr. Miriam Yarbrough, but her appointment comes as she is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Baltimore County School headquarters with what is next now for the new superintendent. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, the county school board voted unanimously to name Dr. Miriam Yarbrough as the new superintendent, and her appointment led to a standing ovation right here at the Baltimore County Public School headquarters. But as you mentioned, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed the lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022. And new superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarbrough is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, after last night's vote to name Dr. Yarbrough as the new superintendent, she was thankful and reminiscing.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Now, Dr. Yarbrough started her career as a chemistry teacher in Baltimore County, later becoming a principal in Montgomery County, and most recently deputy superintendent here in Baltimore County. The board received a total of 24 applicants for the job, eventually narrowing it down to 4. She replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's 4th superintendent in 6 years. Back to you.
Olivia, do people have any concerns about her being named superintendent, just given that she's still on that wrongful termination suit?
No, Patrice, not really. In fact, most of the people we spoke to feel confident that she is the best candidate for this position. Take a listen to what they said.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
And Dr. Williams' contract as superintendent will end on June 30th. And of course, you can find more details about that lawsuit on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:04. Dr. Yarbrough's appointment comes months after current superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams announced that he would not renew his contract, as Olivia was just mentioning. He made that announcement in January following 3 years of controversies and pressure from multiple groups asking the school board to replace him, including members of the Baltimore County Council, the Randallstown NAACP, and Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. Now, Williams refused every Project Baltimore request for an interview since his introductory 101, and that was on his first day on the job.
You can see more about Williams, Yarbrough, and the lawsuit facing Baltimore County Public Schools online right now. Go to foxbaltimore.com and click Project Baltimore at the top. You'll find all of Chris Papp's reporting there. Turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore police releasing body cam video showing the moments before and after an officer shot a 17-year-old last week. The video shows the initial calm conversation on a stoop with a teenager, as well as the foot chase. Now, the Baltimore Police Department paused the video a couple of times, once to highlight what police say was the gun in the teenager's hand, and then they pause it again to show what they say is the teenager turning toward the officer with the weapon. Now, police have identified the officer. There's the gunshot. That officer has been identified as Detective Cedric Ellaby. He's been with the force since 2019. Fox 45 News Press Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about the video.
Every police-involved shooting is an unfortunate incident. Every shooting and the harm to anyone is unfortunate. And so I will not say anything about whether I am satisfied, because it will be totally unethical for me to pass judgment before the end of it. And I would be not only undermining but corrupting the investigation.
Ellaby is on administrative leave pending the outcome of the shooting investigation. No word on any charges against the teen.
Elsewhere in the city in crisis, questions surrounding Marvin James. That's the mayor's interim chief of staff, and why it appears he failed to report all of his income to the city's ethics board. James also works as a campaign consultant who, according to state elections reports, has received thousands of dollars from 5 different political campaigns while working at City Hall. That's money the city ethics board requires city workers to report. However, the ethics report filed by James fails to cite any of the payments that he's received from outside work.
You're talking about a city employee who is well paid with city taxpayer dollars, who also on the side is running 5 different campaigns. You got to wonder about his divided attention. You've also got to wonder about his divided loyalties. Is he working to make sure that these people are getting elected, or is he working for the city of Baltimore? It's a terrible conflict of interest.
Well, so far, our calls to James' office have not been returned.
This is the latest issue surrounding financial disclosures in City Hall. Earlier this year, a judge found City Council President Nick Mosby violated 2 ethics rules for failure to report donations to a legal defense fund in his name. The judge ordered Mosby to disclose the donations. Late last year, Mayor Brandon Scott faced questions about a $5,000 campaign contribution from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days after that contribution, the Board of Estimates approved a $12 million contract to a company connected to Grant. While the mayor recused himself from the vote, 3 of his appointees voted to approve the contract. You can find more on all 3 issues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
From our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to New York City here, where this morning Wall Street certainly looking to bounce back from its losses from yesterday when the Dow just got crushed. Take a look at this here. We'll show you just how much here. Look at that. 336 points they dropped following a key earnings report showing consumers are pulling back on spending. Meantime, the state of American banks in question after lawmakers grilled the CEOs for their handling of multiple failed banks. And at the same time, slow progress on raising the debt limit here that could be putting the U.S. at risk of defaulting on its debt here. There was another round of debt ceiling discussions at the Oval Office wrapping up just hours ago, with both sides presenting some optimism that a deal will be reached possibly by the end of the week. Taking you live now to the White House here, where President Biden announcing he will cut his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in order to reach a deal with Republicans. He is, however, expected to leave for Japan today for the G7 summit, returning now on Sunday. In his absence, he has agreed to appoint a negotiator to work towards a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team.
We're still very far apart at this point.
Yes.
What progress was made in this meeting? And you wanted to see a deal by the end of the week.
Yes.
Do you think a deal could be possible?
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
Live now to Capitol Hill, where both sides of the aisle here have just 2 weeks to strike a deal by June 1st to avoid that default. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Megan. 7:09, and we want to get another check with your forecast here. It's a Wednesday morning. We're talking about baseball and, of course, horse racing.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at what's going on out there.
And it looks a little hazy, guys, but I kind of think of it more as an Orioles magic orange glow from the win last night, and hopefully can continue their winning streak tonight and tomorrow afternoon. 2 more home games before the O's are on the road for a bit until we get into Memorial Day weekend. So got those 2 chances to see them this week, and gorgeous weather not only today or tonight, but for tomorrow as well. Now, our right now temperatures in the low to mid 60s. We're not going to really rise too much from where we are now. 61 in Baltimore City, 60 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, up into Bel Air at 60 as well. Your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. We'll keep those 60s going for the next few hours, and we'll get more of these clouds to move out of here, eventually picking up the wind and the more sunshine on the way forward this afternoon. And these are our high temps. Lower 70s for you for the Eastern Shore, Chestertown, Stevensville, across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis, about 69 today and 72 in Baltimore City. Coming up in a few minutes, we will take you through the rest of the week and, of course, what we can expect for Preakness weekend.
All right, yeah. You heard the bugler right there. Get your fascinators ready because we are 2 days away from Preakness weekend.
I need to borrow that one Justin had
Big
on
giant one,
yesterday.
the
That was
roses?
so super high. Shannon Lilly is live at Pimlico Racetrack with a preview of what we can expect out there. Shannon?
Yeah, so Patrice and Tom, good morning. We've been telling you all morning about ways that you can win free tickets to the Preakness. You can be right here at Pimlico. And here to break this all down, we have Amy. So you're going to talk to us about Preak Weeks. This is a whole new initiative. How did this come about?
It's a brand new initiative this year as part of the Baltimore First campaign, which is really meant to champion Preakness's connection to Baltimore and also leverage it as an opportunity to create long-lasting impact for Baltimore. So Preak Weeks initiative, there's 20 businesses from Park Heights to Fells Point. We've got the Charmery, Crust by Mac, Black Acres Roastery. Every establishment has a specific QR code where if you buy tickets to Preakness, a portion of the proceeds goes back to the local business. But in addition, they're giving away tickets every day through the 19th. So you have a chance to win. So we encourage everyone to go out and support the local businesses.
And it's a win-win there, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So
the businesses are thrilled to participate and, you know, just encouraging everyone to go out and support the local businesses.
So I also thought I saw something about you can get a discount even if you don't win tickets. Is that
Yes, so some of the establishments, their QR code that they each have, you can go in, buy tickets. Some of them offer a discount, and then, again, a portion of the proceeds goes right back to that business.
So where can people find these businesses that are participating?
Yeah, so you can go to Preakness.com/Preakweeks.
Okay, well, easy enough. And we have until Friday to do that, right?
Yes, and we'll see you on Saturday.
Yes, and we'll see you for the big day. So again, you have Friday to go check out these businesses, eat this delicious food, drink this delicious coffee, and then you could find yourself right here inside Pimlico on Saturday. Guys?
All right, thank you, Shannon. Here's a look at some of the stories making your headlines at this hour. The NRA taking immediate action against a brand new Maryland law, why the group claims the bill is unconstitutional.
If you get an unexpected letter from your mortgage company, look closely how you can spot mortgage scams and what you can do in the meantime to keep your information protected. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15, homeowners beware. A new scam is circulating that makes it look like you're receiving a letter from your mortgage company, but really it's a way to steal your personal information and your money. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau joins us with more on getting to the bottom of all the fine print. That's where we start.
Very good.
Okay, but let's talk about what's happening, because you and I both have gotten these letters.
That's it. Either letters that you really can't tell who they're from until and you open it up, and even then it appears as if it might be related to your mortgage. It causes a bit of alarm because that's not, we always want to make sure we're paying on time and all those things. But what it's doing is telling you your home warranty has expired and you need to renew. It creates that sense of authority.
And sometimes they tell you, this is the second letter, this is our final notice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I don't know you at all.
And what you do is, if you go down at the very bottom, the legitimate companies that are using deceptive practices will disclose that indeed they're not related to your mortgage company, they have no affiliation, and it is actually a sales solicitation to get you to sign up for the home warranty plans. Now that's a whole other subject, because you have to ask yourself, are my appliances, heating, cooling, roofing, are they new and they could go under warranty? Are they currently under manufacturer's warranty? You have to ask a lot of questions of yourself. But separate of that, these letters are causing people to send money.
All right, so let's start there. What you should do, because you say it about everything. If you get a letter and you weren't expecting it, it came out of nowhere, don't start with the letter. Go to the source. Go to your mortgage company.
Exactly. Don't use the number on the letter, because that will take you to their salespeople. So call your mortgage company directly. I've actually done this one time because I was so confused about the information. So call them directly. Ask if they are selling this product, if this product is related to your current mortgage. And the other thing you want to do is avoid going to the website and looking that company up, because they will, they will post a web link and it doesn't help you either.
And the high pressure sales tactics, as with everything, just like I said, sometimes I get one, we've sent you 3 letters, this is our final, you're going to miss it, that kind of thing.
It's that authority, that sense of urgency, timelessness, and that makes us emotional, and we don't always respond in the right way with clarity of thought. So just do your research, don't respond. Think twice about a home warranty, and if you get one, always look at the exclusions. What does this really exclude? Because you might find it's the majority of your home.
Which then makes it worthless. All right, Angie, thank you. Well, it is 7:18 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Get a look at the forecast, see what's happening.
Good morning, Patrice. Morning, Angie. Good to see you here. And happy Wednesday, everybody. Looking right down the 395 out toward the Patapsco this morning, and everything is, so far, so good. Now, we do have some of those clouds kind of hanging around at this time, but no rain in sight. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, for the last couple of weeks before summer break is right around the corner. 61 this hour, upper 60s through noon. It's going to be a bit breezy later today with lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Now, I'm hearing rumors that in the 9 o'clock hour, there is, in fact, going to be a crab race as we are in race mode this week. So Carlos the crab, he's excited. I got a 4 today on the Crabcast, as Carlos said, yeah, that wind out there, maybe a little bit keeping it from a 5, but overall, a little cooler. We're not going to be talking about 70s and 80s, more 60s and 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 68 Cockeysville, 71 your temp in Towson this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the upper 60s and lower 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 69 in Annapolis for your high today. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice the next couple of days, we're actually going to stay just below average, but as we head to the weekend, we'll see those numbers rise. Upper 70s and even lower 80s as we get you to the second half of the weekend and into next week. Is there a way that I can get the thing or not? I don't know if I don't know if you can like call it if they hit a button back there. Sometimes I'm just wondering if all right, I guess not. Guess I don't rate around here. 73 for Black Eyed Susan Day on Friday. Upper 70s on Saturday, and our horse still has no name, but don't worry. Hopefully we'll get that name official before the race starts. Few showers is what we're talking about on Preakness weekend, mainly on Saturday, not a washout. Our future scan, as we see the northerly wind coming in, that's drying us out and cooling us down today. Big old H right there sliding in tomorrow. That's that ridge of high pressure. Friday, a little bit warmer, a little bit more cloud cover, but dry. Now, Saturday, here's that next weather maker as that cold front moves in from the west, and we do have that chance to see a couple of pop-up showers into Saturday afternoon and into the evening time. So maybe just a little wet out there at Pimlico. Shout out to the Weber family. That is Rosie right there, and thank you very much for sending in that great picture of your doggy. Weber family loves watching, and we love that you watched and sent in your picture of Rosie. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Yeah, there it is. I guess you just can't hit the thing. You got to just kind of wish for it. And all right, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000. Lower 70s here into Friday, upper 70s Saturday, as I mentioned. And then as we get to next week, lower 80s. But with the exception of Saturday, we've got a mainly dry forecast.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Every time Justin gets excited, you should get excited too, because now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race.
Caller right now, caller 10 at 410-469-8308. You win. So keep watching all this week. We're giving away tickets now through Friday morning right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Good luck.
Well, you see all the glamour and the beauty inside Pimlico here, but what about the community that surrounds it? Just ahead, we're going to be talking to some Park Heights business owners and their involvement in the Preakness.
And how many will be staying? Oh, it's the Maryland Travel and Tourism Week. We'll get you checked in coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. How many bags do you have?
$7:25, and it's so Baltimore. Now is the time to explore the great state of Maryland.
It is National Travel and Tourism Week, so why not not take advantage of what we have right here at home? Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Aberdeen with more. Mark.
That's right. We're joined by Megan with Visit Hartford. It's going down. This is the week. Tell us about what's going on.
Thank you. Well, Visit Hartford is the official destination marketing organization for Hartford County, and we really work to enhance that visitor's experience and make Hartford County a go-to destination. You know, last year alone, we brought in over $400 million in tourism spending, and that alone saves our residents money too. So really being able to showcase our attractions, our wonderful hotels, and our restaurants is something that we especially want to highlight this week, but you know, every week in the year as well.
That's right. We do it every morning. We highlight what's going on. Of course, it's a huge week for the area with Preakness and all the activities. And coming up this morning, we'll have more great little nuggets that we can share and also you can see coming up.
Well, Mark, where are you right now?
We're actually in Hartford County at the lovely Marriott.
The Fairfield Inn and Suites, yeah.
Fairfield Inn and Suites, yes.
At first we thought Panera. We both thought Panera, and we were like, oh, it's Mark Clark. He's going to be there getting some food. We got it.
All right, well, I can't wait to see all the other things coming up. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. If you'd like some more information about where Mark is and how you can hang out with him, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are starting off the morning cool and mild, but we can expect warmer temperatures and sunnier skies this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the warm up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Governor Moore has signed Senate Bill 1. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of the legislation, plus find out why it's receiving major backlash. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. If you've looked at the names of the horses that are racing this Saturday, some stand out. Some, I mean, everyone's talking about Mage, but Coffee with Chris is the one that grabs my attention.
I like the Blazing Sevens because it just
Blazing Sevens.
That just
was a good
sounds
one.
fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I just look for the fun names.
The Black Eyed Susan race, though, Cats in the Timber, because you're like, wait, what? Like, and you're trying to picture it, Cats in the Timber.
They had a lot of other odd names for that one, so.
Got to go with the odd names.
I'm not
I've never won any betting.
Anyway.
I don't bet, but so don't go by my picks. But
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Well, and that's why I thought the pick whether or not for my horse.
I like that.
I thought that was going to be, but people really like.
We should
Just in
say
Time.
For your horse, because there's no whether or not actually in.
Yeah,
the race.
people are gonna go and try and bet on that. I'm like, but Justin said.
But you should vote. You should bet on Just in Time because that's the one that everybody seems to like. So in terms of the name for the horse.
Yeah, for a fake horse. Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure everyone knows that.
Hey, my horse is on a graphic. He's not fake. So let's take a look outside and see what's going on.
He's also not in the Preakness.
No,
is
he's
what
not
we
in the Preakness.
mean.
No, absolutely not. He doesn't race. He's retired. All right, our Towson cam right now. Good morning. Ooh, look at that cool shot. Zoomed in, and you can really see just how green everything is. Man, we know those pollen numbers are just off the charts. That allergy sufferers are not having fun. We didn't really get any rain to help with that yesterday, unfortunately, but also stayed dry for the O's game, so that was good. Low to mid-60s up and down the Chesapeake right now. A little cooler in western Maryland, 59 Hagerstown, 60 in Cumberland right now. If you are out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, low to mid-60s. I did do my Superman walk, and it feels cool outside, but still a bit muggy. Now, later today, more sunshine on the way with that wind picking up. We'll take a closer look at that, and, of course, your Preakness forecast in just a few. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look over some of the highways in our area. No major incidents or delays, but we are seeing some slowdowns there. That upper right, little bit of a slowdown, and that is just the volume.
Developing now, Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. That limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public.
Governor Moore says he firmly believes the legislation is constitutional, but gun rights advocates and even some Democrats say otherwise.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at the law and the debate that it's creating. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the legislation takes effect on October 1st, meaning that people with wear and carry licenses will be limited on where they can bring their firearms in public.
We don't want that individuals, while having a right, that right doesn't mean that you can bring firearms into schools or into nursing homes or into other places where that we don't have a need for people to have firearms.
Concealed weapons will also be banned from government buildings, some healthcare facilities, stadiums, racetracks, museums, and places with licenses to sell alcohol or cannabis. Now, rather than focusing on a bill going after repeat violent offenders, lawmakers focused on Senate Bill 1. A gun rights group says it's prepared to challenge the law if the governor signed the bill, and that's exactly what he did. Opponents of the bill argue it's an assault on the Second Amendment, and Baltimore City Democratic Senator Cory McCray even voted against it.
The confusion relating to the zoning aspects of this bill, from a common sense perspective, it almost rises above the constitutionality.
We're doing things kind of backwards, and I do think that it has constitutional issues.
Now, Governor Moore has fired back and said the bill is constitutional and that any legal challenge will not be sustained. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We are just 2 days away from the start of Preakness weekend, so get your bets ready and make sure you have a fascinator that matches your outfit.
Shannon Lilly live at Pimlico all morning long, and she has a preview of what we can expect from the food, the drink, to the fashion. Shannon.
Yeah, good morning, guys. We are talking about local businesses that are leveraging the Preakness to really benefit Baltimore. We're starting out right now with Laurent Finney. And so tell us a little bit about your organization, how you guys are involved in the Preakness.
My organization is the Finn Group, and we've been part of Preakness since last year, working with First. And we created Afro Preak, which is a intentional activation on the infield, where we bring music and food and just a complete activation to incorporate Baltimore City, the culture of Baltimore City, and really move the agenda that First has provided to us and move that forward for the city.
So fun, so people can see you right in the middle of the field,
yeah,
right?
We have a prime location on the infield, right by the rail, and we're very excited that First and Preakness is really seeing the importance of this type of activation and really making Baltimore feel welcome at the event.
And so, Amy, you're a part of this, and you're the owner of Sassy Shots, right? So tell us how this all ties together.
So it's great because I was born and raised in Baltimore, also lived in the greater Park Heights community growing up. Never really came to Preakness until last year when I was invited by Finney to be a vendor as a part of Afro Preak, and I'm here again this year to assist him with whatever his needs are, providing bottle service for the guests who will be attending, and I'm super excited to be a part of it again.
And so how can people attend?
So we're probably sold out of tickets, which is a good thing, but it was a ticketed event. We have reserved sections also set up. So again, we're very excited. It's expanding. It's twice the size as it was last year, and hopefully our guests will have a great time because this is an amazing opportunity being provided by Preakness, and we're very excited to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Local business, right? Park Heights community, and so really just leveraging the Preakness to benefit the community, guys.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Stay tuned. Fox 45 Morning News. We continue our coverage leading up to Preakness weekend. In just about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by sports agent Doug Eldridge to discuss racehorse safety during the Triple Crown.
Baltimore County School announces their new superintendent. Fox 45 News takes a closer look at the decision as well as the controversy surrounding the new pick.
We are expecting big economic news today. Early predictions on everything from big box retail numbers to home sales and what it means for you.
A mild morning, with temperatures remaining mild throughout the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long the cooler temperatures will stick around in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:37 is your time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Our Weather Authority forecast here just about 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Overall, not a bad morning. Pleasant conditions here. Cooler and breezy for the afternoon, and our temperatures actually staying below average for this time of year. So as you head out the door, maybe a light jacket. Most of us are in the 60s, so you probably don't even need that, but definitely the sunglasses for later today and no need for the umbrella at all. In fact, if you want to get some yard work and gardening done, got a pretty nice day to do that. Mid to upper 60s, even into the lower 70s, still below average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast. We will talk more, obviously, about our big Preakness weekend forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. New numbers out this morning show more than half of Americans with retirement or investment accounts like a 401k are making financial changes driven by inflation and higher interest rates.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this means for the economy. Megan?
Yeah, take a look here, guys. When asked about inflation specifically, only 20%, as you can see here, say they have contributed more to their stock-related investments this year. That is compared to 26% who say they have sold or purposely withheld contributions. Results were similar when asked about their response to interest rates. And because of inflation, we are seeing many families cutting back on long-term investments to cover more everyday expenses like groceries. Bankrate, who did the study, says households making less than $80,000 a year were more likely to sell or withhold stock investments. Now, we're also standing by here this morning, guys, for Target to report its first quarter earnings. It's due out before the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. Analysts are expecting a weaker sales report, especially after Home Depot's big earnings miss yesterday. It's its worst miss in 20 years, in fact. Its customers are typically homeowners, generally with more disposable income. Falling sales for Home Depot, that could actually be a sign of bigger things, that Americans are pulling back elsewhere. We're also going to get a new report here today on new home construction. Building permits, which are a sign of future construction, are predicted to rise thanks to a shortage in the number of existing homes for sale. That's also helped boost home builder confidence to its highest level in nearly a year. We're going to keep you posted as those numbers drop right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Plebes at the Naval Academy celebrating completing their first year of school. The reward? Climbing this greased-up Herndon Monument. We'll take you live there in our 8 o'clock hour.
A shift in horse racing headlines as we gear up for the Preakness. Up next, the safety measures in place to protect racehorses on the track. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:45, and with Preakness week upon us, a shift in horse racing headlines as 8 horses were euthanized at Churchill Downs this year before the Kentucky Derby, and Laurel Park is averaging 30 horses dying every year due to major injuries. Joining us now with a possible backlash to the horse racing industry, PR and sports agent with the DLE agency and Achilles PR, Doug Eldridge. Doug, good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
This is definitely putting a shadow on the horse racing industry. We've known for years, hundreds of years, it's a very dangerous sport for the horse. But people are starting to look at this and say, wait a minute, these numbers are really starting to become alarming. Other people in the industry say that it's about average since 2014. They're averaging 30 horses at Laurel Park, and it's a lot less than that at Pimlico because they run less horse racing there.
Right. Well, you know, the issue in large part was really twofold. Number one, you're trying to create this almost perfect specimen, right? The breeding, it's not just the on-track winnings. Horse ownership at the Triple Crown level, the real value, Tom, is the breeding, the generational breeding. I mean, you can get $200,000 for each successive mating. And so what you're looking at is these generations of intense breeding that creates the ultimate racing machine. But it's much like a Ferrari. It's beautiful and goes incredibly fast, but when it breaks down, it's very costly. And the other part was not just the breeding program, but the fact that in large part there was really no regulations in place, at least from a continuity standpoint, in terms of doping, in terms of the training practices and protocol. HISA, the Horse Integrity and Safety Act, was enacted a year or two ago, and there's going to be stiffer regulations that come into fruition later this summer. But in large part, no pun intended, this was really the Wild West in terms of sports regulations.
Horse owner, in fact, you were just mentioning that law. Horse owner Safi Joseph had 2 horses in the Churchill Downs before the Kentucky Derby, and in fact, he's under investigation now. They're trying to look at the different ways that they raise these horses or rear them, and the way that they're trained. So there's a lot of questions about that. 2 weeks later, you're here in Baltimore at Pimlico, and there's still 8 more horses here, but there's a whole lot of other racing that's going on besides just the Black Eyed Susan Friday. There's a lot of them, and so when you start looking at this, they're saying somewhere between 10 to 8 horses are going down, being shot because they had a catastrophic limb failure. And so people are saying, well, it must be the tracks now. It's got to be the tracks, not just the breeding.
And huge favorite and Kentucky Derby winner.
And the issue, right, is
Sunday.
you saw 7 horses in the run-up to the Derby, right?
Yeah.
4 were due to leg injuries. 2 were causes unknown. Yeah. Right, and then the 7th was a neck injury. I believe it's over 7,000 horses, Tom, since 2009 across North America have been euthanized through horse racing. I mean, you know, Bob Baffert. You know, the Bob Baffert is really the Nick Saban or Bill Belichick of horse racing. He's the most prodigious winner in terms of breeder and coach and whatnot. You know, he received a 2-year suspension in 2001 because of suspicious doping practices, if you will. And it was a long trail of gunpowder that led to that. I mean, this guy had evaded it for a long time. An AP writer made an interesting point. They said, imagine if something analogous happened in the NFL. Imagine if every Sunday a high-profile player broke his leg, and instead of the golf cart coming out and bringing him to the training room, a golf cart came out and euthanized him on the sideline. Like, it would be a completely different storyline.
Well, but Doug, does this mean in the years, I mean, PETA is very active about this. They keep posting things. The more that we read about this, do you think the more it will go, horse racing will go away? Or is this just kind of, it's just part of the business, and you think more viewers are going to continue following these, especially for the Triple Crown?
Well, I think it's a part of American culture, you know, and so part of me would say that it's not going to go away. But on the same token, when I was a little boy, I loved the elephants at Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Now, my little boy, when I bring him, the elephants are no longer there. You don't see hardly any greyhound racing in the country anymore, except for maybe parts of Alabama where some of my family is. You know, I would say that horse racing isn't going to go anywhere, but we can point to other examples that were equally part of Americana, and they've gone the way of the buffalo. Again, no pun intended. I do think what has to happen in the interim is a more stringent doping protocol, and it's some uniformity in terms of the training practices, because these are really the athletes. The jockeys, which average about 5'3" and 109 pounds, by the way, aren't really the athletes here. The athletes are the horses, and just there needs to be that uniformity in training and in doping protocol, or it really robs not only the horses and the trainers, but the fans writ large.
Doug Eldridge, thank you. We appreciate your expertise.
Thanks, Tom.
It is 7:49 now. We want to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's looking at the forecast, especially for this Saturday night, and there's possibility of showers?
A few showers are possible, Tom. By the way, the average jockey 5'3", 109", so you and I couldn't do it, right, Tom? I'm
like 4 or 5 jockeys.
Right. 73 on Friday. Black-eyed Susan Day looks great. Saturday, yes, we do have the chance for a few showers, but we're going to see temps in the upper 70s. A lot of cloud cover will be around. It will not be those low to mid 90s that we dealt with last year at Pimlico. So at least those temperatures are a lot more palatable. Hitting the links today on our forecast, mid-60s by 9 a.m., upper 60s into the noon hour, and you're going to see those lower 70s golfers, and probably at least a one-club wind later this afternoon, the north wind coming in and bringing in the cooler and drier air. Mid to upper 60s and lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 72 in Baltimore City this afternoon, 69 your high today in Annapolis. Pollen numbers, look at this, trees, grass, and now mold, even that moderate to high category. So the pollen definitely out there as we get into mid-May. Speaking of May and more baseball on your O's cast, of the Angels are still in town, 6:35 tonight. This is the third game out of a 4-game set. O's won last night, but great night for baseball in Charm City. 68 for that first pitch, and then mid-60s through the 5th and down through the 9th inning as well. On your future scan, again, dry today and tomorrow. Not really tracking anything until those showers move through on Saturday. Shout out to Robin in Manchester. That is Sunka Miles, the therapy dog for Robin. And Robin, thank you so much up there in Carroll County, sending in that picture of that sweet puppy. That is definitely a nice big ball of fur. I love it. And we love getting your pet pics too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 70s tomorrow, even a little cooler. And as I mentioned, the weekend is looking pretty good. Just have to dodge a few showers on Saturday. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we're right back into the lower 80s.
Well, strut your stuff in style this weekend. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can be the best dressed at the second leg of the Triple Crown.
And if you still don't have your Preakness tickets, Fox 45 News wants to help you out. Keep watching. Your next chance to win free 4 tickets to the race will be coming up in just about 30 minutes. Good luck.
And coming up right now, we're talking about a coffee break.
Oh, yeah. Perfect time to get a coffee break and enjoy it and get that caffeine in your system with us.
Trending now, we are just days away from the unofficial start of the summer travel season, and both American and United Airlines anticipate serving nearly 3 million passengers each over Memorial Day weekend.
American Airlines has added more than 17,000 employees since 2021, while United has hired 7,000 employees since the start of this year.
Last Memorial Day weekend, the holiday kicked off a summer of travel issues in the commercial airline industry that led to the cancellation of 55,000 flights industry-wide.
Now, if you're heading to Texas beaches this Memorial Day, be sure to look out for these creepy dolls that have washed up all along the shore.
A research reserve in Texas that studies where ocean tides is auctioning off creepy and cool discoveries were found on the reserve's beaches.
Now, some of the items include barnacle-encrusted dolls, like the ones that we look like they belong in horror flicks. The Tony's Trash to Treasure auction in Texas will help benefit a local wildlife rehabilitation group.
I'm just going to donate to the rehabilitation group. I don't need to buy anything.
Keep the dolls. In fact, burn them for me if you don't mind, right?
All right, life's a beach, and one alligator is just riding the waves.
Yeah, this gator was spotted cooling off on the ocean last week at Dolphin Island Beach in Alabama. Beachgoers say the gator was just enjoying itself. It wasn't hissing or bothering anybody that was out on the beach. No, it's just relaxing and waiting for you to come in and get close.
Thank you for these two stories. I'm never going to the ocean again.
Not in the Gulf Coast?
No. Experts from the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources claim that gator spottings in the Gulf of Mexico are common, adding that the reptiles can tolerate a variety of salt levels. Megan was just chiming in. I didn't think they were in salt water, but
oh yeah,
Megan, your toes are not safe.
Wow. There's been a couple spotted in Hilton
like
Head, cruising around a little bit on the ocean side of the Hilton Head there too. So the Atlantic isn't safe either. Whether you're collecting creepy dolls washed up on the beach, you're swimming with the gators, or maybe you're just staying home and not going anywhere near the water, we want to see how you're celebrating this Memorial Day. Share your pictures with Fox 45 Morning News.
All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It is powered by Stakla.
Highs in the upper 60s and 70s today, but how will the weather hold up for Preakness weekend? Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking your weekend's weather ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:58, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking you live to Annapolis, where the slipperiest tradition of the Naval Academy is starting now. Freshmen must climb the greased 21-foot monument at the end of every year, and it's not an easy task. It's difficult. It's hard. The monument is covered in about 25 pounds of lard. Once at the top, they have to remove the plebe hat. They have to replace it with an upperclassman's hat, and it's competitive. They compete with the time from the other years past and see how they can, compare.
It is not easy, but it is entertaining. We love to watch them go at it. So we're going to check in with them once they get started and see the progression. And then we take bets on how long it's going to take.
It's a big year for them.
All right. Well, good morning on this Wednesday, May 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Watching it go down is amazing.
I remember it from last year. It was the first time I remember watching it. And we were all in here and we were all betting. And I forget what the final total was. I don't think any of us won.
But I think it was less than what we thought.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I got to look and see.
It started off strong, so I think maybe we went low and then it went left from there.
Either way, definitely something good to watch. Tradition. Well, somebody said 3 hours possibly. So zoomed into the Baltimore Peninsula right there, and you can see the camera shaking just a little bit, but that happens when you're zoomed in that tight. You can see 95 running right by there as well. We are going to see the wind kick up a little bit later today, so we are expecting breezy conditions with a lot more sunshine and cooler numbers. So next few hours, mid to upper 60s, and we'll sneak into the lower 70s through the middle part of the day today, and probably top out right about 72 for our high. Overnight lows will be cool. We're going to drop to the 40s tonight, so definitely cooler than it was this morning, and then only to about 70 on your Thursday, to think about what day it was. So Thursday. For your Wednesday, we'll take a closer look at that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
I look forward in the coming weeks to meet with many members of Team BCPS. I would love to hear from you directly and work together to determine our next steps in service of students, staff, and community.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Public Schools announcing a new superintendent on Tuesday after a long search for a new candidate.
The Board of Education has chosen Dr. Miriam Yarborough, but her appointment comes as she is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from Baltimore County School Headquarters with what is next for the new superintendent. Olivia.
Yeah, well, the school board voted unanimously to name Dr. Miriam Yarborough as the new superintendent, and her appointment led to a standing ovation right here at the Baltimore County Public School headquarters. But as you mentioned, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed the lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022, and new superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarborough is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, after last night's vote to name Dr. Yarborough as the new superintendent, she was thankful and reminiscing.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Dr. Yarborough started her career as a chemistry teacher in Baltimore County, later becoming a principal in Montgomery County, and most recently deputy superintendent here in Baltimore County. The board received a total of 24 applicants for the job, eventually narrowing it down to 4. She replaces Dr. Darrell Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's 4th superintendent in 6 years. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, does anyone have concerns about her being named superintendent when she is also named in that wrongful termination lawsuit?
No, Patrice, not really. In fact, most of the people we spoke to feel confident that she is the best candidate for this position. Take a listen to what they said.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
And Dr. Williams' contract as superintendent will end June 30th. And of course, you can find more details about that lawsuit on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Right now, we are following several economic concerns with your money top of mind.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center with the very latest from Wall Street to debt ceiling negotiations. What's going on, Tom?
Yeah, taking you live to New York City. You see it here, where this morning Wall Street is looking to gain back its losses from yesterday when the Dow just got crushed, dropping 336 points following a key earnings report showing consumers are pulling back on their spending. The state of American banks in question after lawmakers grilling the CEOs for their handling of the multiple failed banks. And at the same time, slow progress on raising the debt limit could be putting the U.S. at risk of defaulting on its debt. There was another round of debt ceiling discussions at the Oval Office, wrapping up just hours ago, with both sides presenting some optimism that a deal will be reached, possibly by the end of this week. Now, taking you live now to the White House, where President Joe Biden announcing that he will cut his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in order to reach a deal with Republicans. He is, however, expected to leave for Japan today for the G7 summit, returning now on Sunday. In his absence, he has agreed to appoint a negotiator to work towards a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's team.
We're still very far apart at this point.
Yes.
What progress was made in this meeting? And you wanted to see a deal by the end of the week.
Yes.
Do you think a deal could be possible?
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
Live now from Capitol Hill, though, where the two sides have just 2 weeks to strike a deal by June 1st to avoid a default. That's the latest from our live center.
8:07 now. Preakness is taking over all this week, and one big focus is revitalizing the surrounding area of Pimlico.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Pimlico with a local nonprofit helping to shape the Park Heights neighborhood. Shannon.
Absolutely, guys. So we see a lot about what happens inside Pimlico and right here at the racetrack, but what about the outside community? And I am joined now by the president of the Park Heights Renaissance, also the board chair. So Yolanda, we want to start with you. Talk about the Park Heights Renaissance and what it's doing for the community.
Sure. Simply summarized, Park Heights Renaissance is a partner with the community and stakeholders to really drive economic development and economic prosperity in this community. So we work with stakeholders, community leaders, community residents, community groups to really move the needle on redevelopment efforts in Park Heights.
And so, Kevin, how does this race tie into that and really benefit the Park Heights community?
Oh, we love being partners. It gives vendors the opportunity to come out and be a part of the race. We've also, in the last 2 years, partnered with the promotion group to do 800 tickets that have allowed Park Heights residents to actually come and support the race. These are a lot of individuals that have lived in Park Heights and have never actually been to the race. So we are really strong, and we love the partnership that has been going on with the Preakness in the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. And how important is that you have seen, you know, the impact and seeing this community be supported by the race?
So I'll start with first saying that one of my goals was to elevate Park Heights community. When we say that the Preakness is here, I want everybody to always say, oh, that's in Park Heights. And I think through the partnership, that has really been of great assistance. It's given us national attention. And every year, moving forward, last year we were mentioned in Rolling Stone magazine as the Park Heights community. And this year, again, I want the world to know that every year when the Preakness is running, we announce the Black Eye Season Stakes winner and the Preakness Stakes winner, that they say, oh, we're in Park Heights.
Park Heights right here. So, yeah, when you are out here at Pimlico, just remember, this is part of the Park Heights community, such an important community that has such deep and rich ties to Baltimore and the history of horse racing here in Baltimore. So very cool, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, sounds good, Shannon. Thank you. Well, Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law. Still ahead, why some are preparing to challenge the newly signed law. And you have a chance to win 4 tickets to Preakness just by watching Fox 45 Morning News. Make sure you stay with us this morning for your cue to call.
Well, we're seeing the clouds kind of hang around for now, but we are expecting more sunshine and the wind to pick up this afternoon. We're going to break down your forecast for today as well as the weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, there it is. That was a live bump in from what's going on there. I didn't know it was lard. I thought it was like butter or something, but apparently there's a lot of lard on that. So our Towson camera right now, we do have a lot of cloud cover out there. The sun is out. It's kind of hazy as well. 60 in Cumberland, low to mid 60s. Hagerstown, Westminster, and Baltimore City, 64. That's your temp right now. Now out for a run or a jog, keeping the mild conditions out there. Overall, not too bad, but you'll get your sweat on here this morning. Back to you.
Justin, thank you. Are you making changes to your daily lives due to inflation? Just ahead, how your subtle changes are affecting our economy.
And Governor Wes Moore is responding to critics about Senate Bill 1 being unconstitutional. Just ahead, why one group is pushing back. 8:13 is the time.
Governor Wes Moore signing Senate Bill 1 into law, which limits where legal gun owners can carry their firearms. And while opponents argue it is unconstitutional, Governor Moore had this to say.
Yeah, well, I know the Attorney General has come back and said to us that he believes this bill is constitutional, that he believes that any form of legal challenge is not going to be sustained. I also looked at the merits of everything that we're trying to do to get both illegal guns off of our streets and also to make sure that we are understanding that constricting and dealing with the issue of firearms and gun violence in our community is going to be a priority for this administration. So that's why I felt comfortable moving forward.
Well, the NRA is taking legal action against the bill. The group saying it prevents legal gun owners from effectively defending themselves. Maryland Republicans also pushing back on the bill, saying it punishes legal gun owners. The new law takes effect October 1st. This morning, lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live this morning to weigh in. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. You and I have talked about this many times before. I know this is something you are passionate about. Are you surprised that this is moving forward?
Nope, I'm not surprised at all. This is a reaction to the Supreme Court's decision in a case called Bruin. It was decided last July. In August, all right, Mr. Jeff Weidstreicher and William Smith put in this particular Senate Bill 1. That's why it's Senate Bill 1.
Right.
Got its first reading January 11th. This is in a reaction to that Supreme Court decision that said if a law-abiding citizen complies with the state requirements, you cannot put any additional requirements on him with regard to carrying a weapon. So they give me permission to carry my weapon and then make me carry my weapon illegal.
Do you feel that this is unconstitutional?
Absolutely. It's going to be kicked back. I don't care what the governor says. I don't care what the attorney general says. This is coming back down.
That's what I was going to ask you, because we heard the governor just there saying that this will not be, fought in court. How do you think that it could?
But who did he rely on? He relied on the attorney general. I don't know how much of a criminal lawyer he is or constitutional lawyer he is, but this is going to be kicked back. It is illegal for them to deny. After they certify me to carry my weapon, then they deny me to carry it in certain places.
Right.
Certain places where, for sure, a church, gun-free, a restaurant, gun-free, where have most of the mass shootings taken place? In arenas that are gun-free. Let's take Kentucky. That was a church school, gun-free. Who stopped and what stopped that shooter? A good guy with a gun. It's going to be illegal. I have no question about that.
We are seeing groups like the NRA and Republicans pushing back on it. For citizens like you who are also upset about it, what's next for you? Do you voice your concern? Do you take it somewhere else? What happens now?
I'm a lifelong Democrat. Somebody wants to make me a Republican or conservative. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I cannot wait 911 for the police to show up at my door when I know they're short-handed. I need to be able to answer my door and protect my wife, protect my family when somebody on the other side of that door wants to do me harm. The reality is this. 90 days in Annapolis, they did nothing about ghost guns. 90 days in Annapolis, they did nothing about illegal guns. 90 days in Annapolis, their legislation hugged the criminal and handcuffed the law-abiding citizens like me. Therefore, we are hostages in our own homes. That ain't me.
All right, we'll have to wrap it there for today. Pastor Smith, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
We are taking a live look from Annapolis, where the slipperiest tradition of the Naval Academy is taking place. Freshmen must climb the greased 21-foot monument at the end of the year. We're going to be checking in all morning to see them reach the top or try to reach the top. Often this happens after we're off the air. It just depends. But look, you think they've gotten pretty tall. We thought this last year, Justin, and then they take a tumble.
They take a tumble, exactly right. By the way, the abs on that guy. Did you see that? I mean, obviously they're way more in shape than this guy right here. But, I'm trying, maybe get out for a run or a jog in just a little bit. All right, our live cam here in downtown Baltimore. This, even though we get up really early and we're here all morning long, this is one of the reasons I love working, because look at that. Look at that big backup on 95. Yeah, I don't have to mess with all that because we're here, but we tell you about it. 64 your temperature right now at BWI. We are seeing a little bit of wind. More of that wind is going to pick up as we head toward the later part of the afternoon today. Our next 12 hours, numbers rising, upper 60s and lower 70s. Daryl the Dragonfly looking good, buzzing around out there. Little hazy right now. In fact, we may even be getting some of that northerly wind bringing in some of the smoke still from those Canadian wildfires. So pilots today, VFR, visual flight rules, but it will be a bit breezy, so you're definitely taking off on 3-3 over there at Martin and BWI today. Mid to upper 60s and into the lower 70s for this afternoon for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Lower 70s for the Eastern Shore. As we get into a Preakness weekend, we are seeing a good day on Black-Eyed Susan Day on Friday, 73 and dry. Upper 70s Saturday for the race. Now, we are tracking at least a few showers. It's not looking like a big washout for the weekend, but there's going to be a few showers that we'll have to deal with. And Just in Time is still the winner, or at least winning, in terms of naming the horse right there. I really like Whether or Not. I thought that would get some traction. No? But it didn't. So Just in Time is still, as of now, the winner. And the O's also winners on our Wear Orange Wednesday. Back at it tonight against the Halos. 68 first pitch. That's going to be at 6:35 p.m. A gorgeous night for baseball in Charm City. And as we head toward tomorrow, it's an afternoon game, an even nicer day tomorrow on a Thursday. Man, if you can get out of work, check out that game. Good weather. Look at that. Wednesday afternoon into Thursday, also looking nice and dry and clear. As we head toward Friday, we'll start to get a little bit warmer, a little bit more of that influence from the cloud cover coming in from the south. That's going to be a little bit more of that moisture moving in. Here's that next weather maker. I know it's coming right on Saturday, but the latest weather model is showing us that not a lot of that green there. So maybe just a stray shower or two. That would definitely be good, especially for fans who are going to be outside for Preakness. 12 days away from Memorial Day. We're 32 days from Father's Day and Juneteenth coming up in just 33 days with 5 weeks from today until the summer solstice. Here's that 7-day for you. 70s continue through the rest of this week. We'll get to the 80s on Sunday and keep those 80s into early next week.
The first-round draft pick to the Baltimore Ravens is giving back to one of his biggest supporters, who that is and what he gave them.
And it is National Travel and Tourism Week. Why not explore the great state of Maryland in just about 30 minutes? Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark gives us some of the places that you can visit. It's 8:23 now on. Who is? It is National Travel and Tourism Week, so why not explore the great state of Maryland in just about 30 minutes? Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is going to give us a look at some of the places we can visit. But why wait, actually? Maybe we should do it now.
I say so. It is so Baltimore, so we're going to go take a round trip through Maryland.
Yeah, Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live with more. Mark.
So this morning we're at Fairfield by Marriott. I have Angel, I have Hallie, and you guys are the first line of defense. When people come to the area, you're the first impression. Talk to us about that responsibility.
Sure, it's a huge role, but being a general manager, there's so much more to it. Really, I give all of it to my team. We're the first person you see when you walk in the door, so obviously that's the biggest impression. But there's back of house, there's human resources, there's so many aspects that go into making a hotel experience great that really pushes people out into the community in Hartford County to spend dollars outside of the hotel. So it's a huge role, big responsibility, but it's about a good team and creating a good environment and culture.
And Hallie, also, there's a lot of jobs that are created in this industry.
Yeah, there is. We have breakfast attendants, we have front desk attendants, we even have a lobby attendant, and all of those roles are important. The lobby attendant, the breakfast attendant, there's the first people that guests usually see because they're so in a rush, to get to their room. They come down for breakfast, they want to have a nice meal before they go to work, and the breakfast attendants here are fantastic.
I love you. Well, you guys are doing great work, and again, thank you for all that you do as we celebrate tourism. Hey, this is a great place to start.
All right, Mark, thank you. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We're going to be dry and cooler today with temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking down how your Preakness forecast is shaping up. 8:28 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Happening right now, we are expecting to see the Kentucky Derby winner soon made.
That's right, set to appear on the track at any moment. So when we do see the horse for these warm-ups, we will make sure that we bring you live back to Pimlico as you're taking a live look right now.
I don't know what I enjoy the most, the morning workout or the morning bath, because I think they look so relaxed and peaceful, and you realize how majestically beautiful they are when you're seeing them get that bath.
You get a lot closer to them, too, when they're in the bath area, and you're able to, and be able to see exactly, they're kind of much more calm, where this is just kind of like a brown flash goes past.
Right.
You know.
Exactly
like, there goes
what
Maid,
it is.
you know.
Such a star-studded event out there, too. There's cameras all over the country out there with the spotlight on Baltimore for this weekend. Huge event coming to our area. I love it.
Oh, yeah. All right. And we are just Wednesday before Saturday's big race, and we also have races Friday, too.
Yeah. Well, thanks for waking up with us. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out if that's going to be a muddy track come Saturday night.
Oh, meteorologist Justin Chambers, you know what they say. You got to look for the mutter. And I don't know if Mage is one.
I'm not sure.
We'll have to look that up.
Was his father a mutter or was his mother a mutter?
Both.
I'm not sure. All right. Well, the good news is most of the latest model trends are backing off from that rain. So we are going to probably see at least a few showers, but it is not going to be a big old washout where we're going to be talking about downpours as well. This is a live look here from our Towson camera. The sun is up. It's trying to get through some of those clouds and also some of the hazy conditions. We're getting more of a northerly wind, and so that's more than likely going to bring more of that Canadian wildfire smoke into our area. So overall, kind of a pleasant morning, cooler and breezy for the afternoon. Hopefully that wind will continue to kind of clear out the air and temperature staying in the below average category. So out for your yard work and gardening, you can see those upper 60s and lower 70s. Typically 75 this time of year is where we are. So we're actually going to be about 10 degrees cooler than where we ended up yesterday. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast and what we can expect.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening now, we want to head back out to Pimlico as we gear up for the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes.
And we have Shannon Lilly, who has been out there all morning long. She's been hanging out not only with the professional horses out there, but also a whole lot of people that have businesses. And Shannon, I'm not sure if you can hear us right now, but I know everyone is waiting to see the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. Have you seen that horse make its way to the track yet?
Tom, we have not, and we are all waiting with anticipation. We were told that he was coming out any minute now, but as you can see, they are now clearing off the track, so maybe clearing it to make it perfect for him when he makes his grand entrance on the track. But there's a lot of people kind of gathered out here waiting for him to come in anticipation. Again, he is the Kentucky Derby winner and one of the favorites, possibly going to be the winner of the Preakness. I don't know. We'll see. So we definitely want to spot him. We were told he's going to be coming out with a big white horse beside him. And of course, Mage has the little white on his face. He's a chestnut color. So we are keeping our eyes peeled, and we'll touch base with you guys. But as of now, we're not seeing him. So we're waiting in anticipation.
Let us know, Shannon, when that happens, we'll come back out to you.
Definitely. 8:34, and Governor Wes Moore is signing Senate Bill 1 into law. That limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public.
Governor Moore says he firmly believes the legislation is constitutional, but gun rights advocates and even some Democrats say otherwise.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look at the law and the debate that it's been creating, an ongoing debate. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Megan and Tom, the legislation takes effect on October 1st, meaning that people with wear and carry licenses will be limited on where they can bring their firearms in public.
We don't want that individuals, while having a right, that right doesn't mean that you can bring firearms into schools or into nursing homes or into other places where that we don't have a need for people to have firearms.
Concealed weapons will also be banned from government buildings, some healthcare facilities, stadiums, racetracks, museums, and places with licenses to sell alcohol or cannabis. Now, rather than focusing on a bill going after repeat violent offenders, lawmakers focused on Senate Bill 1. A gun rights group says it's prepared to challenge the law if the governor signed the bill, and that's exactly what he did. Opponents of the bill argue it's an assault on the Second Amendment, and Baltimore City Democratic Senator Corey McCray even voted against it.
The confusion relating to the zoning aspects of this bill, from a common sense perspective, it almost rises above the Constitution.
We're doing things kind of backwards, and I do think that it has constitutional issues.
Now, Governor Moore has fired back and said the bill is constitutional and that any legal challenge will not be sustained. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. The Baltimore County Public School System has a new superintendent. Why there are some controversies behind their pick.
And it will be a bit breezy, but we will see more sun today. Just ahead, what we can expect for our Preakness weekend. It is 8:36, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:39 is your time right now. 21 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on our Bromo Seltzer Tower clock. Well, I was right in there, and it's still not fixed. It's a little off. I wish I still had the big Bromo Seltzer bottle on top of that tower. Either way, a lot of fun out there last week. That's where I was last Wednesday. Our temps in the 50s and 60s, Western Maryland, most of us in the low to mid 60s. So kind of a mild morning here across the Chesapeake on your Wednesday. If you are going to be out for a run or a jog, mid to upper 60s is what we're talking about for the next few hours, with temperatures this afternoon cooler than what we saw yesterday. Back with your full forecast, we'll take a look at what we can expect for Pimlico this upcoming weekend. A lot of big events, obviously, including
the Preakness.
You're waiting for the bugler?
I thought that's what you're waiting for, too. Happening now. We want to take you back out to Pimlico. We think possibly, is that him? So Mage is out there working out for the morning workout. We're looking for a beautiful brown horse with the white stripe on the nose that kind of looks like the star there. We saw a horse that looks similar to him go speeding down a little bit ago. Do you think it was him, Tom?
No, I don't know. Going the opposite direction. No jockey on the one horse that took off. There's other horses out on the track. So it is. It normally is chaotic out there this morning for those that are trying to figure out who's who in the racing field here, because you see how quickly they go past. So if you're out there, that's the big one. We are trying to wait to get confirmation on where Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner, is. And of course, we will bring you back out with Shannon Lilly here in just a little bit as she continues to interview people about all things Preakness this morning.
You've probably heard of seasonal eating. It's good for you. But one summer food is outstanding, according to 2 new studies. I'm Liz Bonus. See if it's on your favorite list just ahead.
As many people are getting into the Preakness spirit. Still had this morning the fresh ink that some people are waking up on their bodies. No, it's not the weather. That's probably what Justin has on his back right there. You see that? Maybe on his upper thigh. We'll check it out in a little bit. There's other people that are talking about crabs, though, and we'll tell you why in just a little bit. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. As we head into the summer months, 2 new studies show that you may want to add a few foods to your shopping list.
Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains the impact it could have on your heart.
Hey there, hello to you. For years, research has shown us that seasonal eating has many benefits, meaning when you eat foods that are in season, they tend to cost less and they have more colors and flavors and textures with powerful nutrients inside them. At Ohio's Madison's at Findlay Market, they are stocking up on summer foods. Produce expert Laura Riley has a few favorites.
The radishes are really good right now. You know, we have greens and microgreens all year long because they're grown indoors. But some of the stuff that is coming, asparagus, you know, is really good right now when you can get it local, you know, from a farm, not from, you know, a conventional method.
And while certainly just about any fruit or vegetable can offer you good health benefits, 2 new studies released this week found watermelon may be one of the best summer foods for your heart. Both studies are in the journal Nutrients. The first study found children and adults who ate more watermelon had higher intakes of many of the nutrients that help your heart: fiber, magnesium, potassium. This was compared to those who don't eat watermelon. The second study simply looked at those who chose to drink the juice from watermelon for as little as 2 weeks. They found just this small amount protects your vascular function. Don't like watermelon? Most brightly colored seasonal foods may offer similar benefits. But for best heart health, you need to get these foods with the other recommendations for good heart health.
It's what you're eating, knowing your numbers, getting plenty of sleep, drinking water over sugary beverages, all the things that, we know is good for our heart, but actually doing that in your everyday lifestyle.
Yeah. Now, a couple notes. The authors of these studies say it does appear that watermelon eaters have healthier diets overall, which may make a heart health difference. But it also appears those who eat watermelon or even other fruit take in less fat and sugar. So that means it could satisfy the sweet tooth. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Thank you, Liz. 8:46. Now we want to take you live to Annapolis, where the slipperiest tradition of the Naval Academy is taking place today. Freshmen must climb that greased 21-foot obelisk. At the end of every year, that team does that. They try building it up. Justin and I were talking about how they are all in shape. We'd be the ones at the base, the ones you can't see, the ones trying to get them, going up there a little bit. It's just 21 feet, but when you put grease and lard all over it, it makes it very difficult. Then you have upperclassmen shooting things at them. Once they reach the top, they just have to remove the plebe hat and then put it with an upperclassman's hat, and that signifies symbolically that they have graduated.
So here's some history for you. The fastest time ever, the class of 1972, 1 minute and 30 seconds. You know why? You know why?
Why?
There was no grease that year.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then they started greasing it up, and that changes everything.
The longest time, 1998, 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 17 seconds. It looks like 2 to 3 hours is pretty typical.
That's good.
Do we remember what last year was?
2 years ago was 3 hours, and I didn't see last year's because it would have been the class of 2024 2 years ago. Yeah, so I don't have the 2025. Yeah. I think it was about 3 hours, but let me get some research done
right
here
around
on that.
3 hours.
How do they practice for this? That's what I want to know. Like, they know it's coming, but how do you practice, right? I mean, is there some
start building pyramids?
Somewhere,
I think it's more strategy of, not necessarily practicing in cheerleader formation, but thinking of how you're going to do it. Who's going to be at the bottom? Who's going to throw the towels? Strategy, right?
Okay. All right. I can see that. Yeah.
Can they use anything else, like little suction cups on their hands or anything?
I don't think they're allowed to. No. I think it's just towels to try and wipe off the lard.
Like that one guy who climbs up the windows of buildings? Yeah. That
the
guy.
squeegee guy.
Yeah. All right, good morning to all of you. That's some fun. Man, there's a lot of fun things happening live and local right now. We've got Madge on the track. We've got the Herndon Monument with the plebes out there, so good stuff. Our Towson cam right now. Overall, we do have some sun that is breaking through kind of the hazy conditions right now. Golfers hitting the links today, probably at least a one-club win. 60s and lower 70s through about midday, and we'll keep those lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And high temps today, typically in the mid-70s. We were in the lower 80s yesterday, so these numbers are going to be decidedly cooler by some 10 degrees, mid to upper 60s to the lower 70s for Towson. And Lutherville down through Timonium, 72 in Baltimore City, 73 in Dundalk this afternoon. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, over to Perryman, Northeast in at 68 for your high later today. And you can see up and down the 95 corridor, definitely cooler, 72 in D.C., 68 in Philly, heading down the ocean, mid-60s in Ocean City. Cruising weekend is this weekend, so should be a lot of fun down there. And Preakness, of course, right here at home. So Black-Eyed Susan Day looks good, 73. Our high of 79 on Saturday will be a lot cooler than the 95-degree day we had last year. But we are tracking at least a few showers here for you. Here's a look at your MoCast. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we have green lights across the board. If you want to get the grass cut, maybe you're doing no mow May and you're letting all the birds and bees pollinate and do all that good stuff. But overall, not looking too bad. Now, here's that updated future scan. Dry today and tomorrow. No issues here, right? Ridge of high pressure slides in tomorrow. Will be a little bit cooler. Friday, you get a little bit more cloud cover and it starts to inch up in terms of our temperatures. Notice that system well to the south of us. But watch what happens on Saturday. This is Saturday afternoon. Stopping the clock right about 3 p.m. There's the cold front moving through, but look at how the green is no longer there. So now our in-house model is coming into play with the global forecast model, taking you through about 5, 6 p.m. And again, maybe a couple of stray showers, but overall it is trending drier. So we like to see that. Robin in Manchester has Sunka Miles, the therapy dog right there. What a sweet little fur ball. So thank you very much for sending that picture in, Robin in Carroll County. And here's that 7-day forecast. So 70s today, right about 70 tomorrow, but we'll get right back to the low to mid and even upper 70s. Still got to come up and alight on a name for the horse right there on the 7-day forecast before the races, and then lower 80s for next week. Wait, hold on. I hit the wrong button real quick. There we go. This is the view through your window, and this is from Debbie, some Mother's Day flowers. And you can see that really pretty flower that her son got her for Mother's Day. So thank you very much for sharing. Hey, we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
Last year's Preakness, 3.5 hours, not Preakness, Herndon Monument, the plebes, 3.5 hours, third slowest in history. So hopefully today we can speed it up a little bit.
There you go.
Speaking of speeding it up, we're racing out of Pimlico. Preakness taking over the week here with the big focus on revitalizing the surrounding area of Pimlico.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from right along the racetrack here at Pimlico with a local nonprofit helping shape the Park Heights neighborhood. Shannon.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So in our last half hour, we told you about the Park Heights Renaissance nonprofit, and they have announced a grant that they are giving to Stephen Johnson here and your organization. So we want to start out just by talking about your organization and why you think you received this grant.
Sure. Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. I just got to clear something up. The grant is not just Stephen Johnson.
Yes.
The grant is comprised of a group. So it's my community, Pimlico Terrace, Beacon of Light, Pastor Monica and Edwin Waters, also New Mount Sinai, Pastor Andre Nance and Minister Victoria, as well as our whole community. So it's not a me, it's a we, Shannon. And so I'm just super excited about it.
And tell me about your organization. What are you guys doing?
So Team FAB stands for Team Fight Against Blight. We were birthed with the thought that we can hire young people from Park Heights, ages 18 to 24, to actually be corridor ambassadors. And what that means is that they take back the corridors, they take back the streets of Park Heights. They're not just waiting for someone, because oftentimes our city services are inundated with other things and backed up. So how can we as community members actually come in and solve some of our own problems, being creative and innovative? And that's how we were able to partner with Park Heights Renaissance and apply for this grant. So the whole goal is to be able to bring young people in, teach them some soft skills, and then pass them on to actual gainful employment so they actually become professionals.
That's incredible. We are being wrapped up right now, but Yolanda, you were the one that kind of administered this grant. So in just a few words, can you tell me why you chose him?
So I just talk about the nature and the spirit of George Mitchell, who the grant is named after. Mr. Mitchell was a fearless leader, advocate, mentor, teacher, professional who loved, and lived and died for Park Heights. So this grant is in the spirit of his leadership and legacy. He loved youth development. And so one of the main components of that grant is those that further that leadership and legacy that Mr. George instilled in all of us, and Team FAB has been a great representation of that.
Well, that is just incredible. And we thank you guys so much. Thanks for sharing this with us and with Pimlico, too. Now back to you guys.
All right, Shannon, thank you.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Well, now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race.
Call 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Keep watching all week. We are giving away tickets now through Friday on Fox 45 Morning News.
The iconic Crab Derby is back at Lexington Market after a 5-year hiatus. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we will be holding a crab race to give you a preview of what you can expect if you head down to the market.
And show up to Pimlico in style. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, some styling tips that can help add some finishing touches to your Preakness outfit.
The only style you need is this right here, right?
Yep, looks
Kinda
good.
like, yeah, be able to model with this.
Let's take a coffee break. You might call that a fascinator. Right in your hand. Fascinating.
$8:57 and topping your morning business report. Binging your favorite shows and movies on streaming services could be more expensive if you don't want those ads. Currently, the ad tier option offers lower prices. But according to a report, Disney CEO Bob Iger says that the company could make more money if subscribers watched ads. A report shows that Iger wants to increase the price of the ad-free tier to attract more subscribers to the ad-supported tier. And that is because more money could be made through advertisers. Disney Plus, Hulu, Netflix, Paramount Plus, HBO Max all now have ad-supported tiers. Back pain can derail your day or keep you from getting a good night's sleep. If you are suffering and uncomfortable, Nick Calderon is here to help us out. Today, he has a special deal on a popular product designed to help you relax in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Work, the gym, kids, pets, running around all day with errands. I don't know about you, but by the end of all that, the end of the day, my back hurts. I can feel it, and I know you can too. Let me show you a product that will ease your back pain, but still keep you on the go. This is the calming heat back wrap. It's wearable, super comfortable, and totally customizable. It has 9 different settings, all available right here on the remote control, including, get this, heat, level 1 right there, vibration, and my favorite, the lumbar support. Right now, this thing is inflating against my lower back, almost like a blood pressure cuff, and easing my low back pain. It works for me. I bet it will work for you. I've struggled with back pain for years, and airline seats send me into spasms almost every time I fly. But now I don't worry about that because I wear this thing on the plane and I arrive at my destination virtually pain-free. It works, and it can work for you too. Right now, we're offering an exclusive 35% off the calming heat back wrap. Seriously, take advantage of this offer right now. Head to asadeals.com. Your back will thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and it's getting exciting. It's Wednesday. We're already looking forward to Black Eyed Susan Day in Preakness. Here we go.
Yes, and the Herndon Monument climb.
Yes.
We were watching that in the newsroom just a few minutes ago, and
any more progress?
Yeah, do we have a live shot? Can we pull that up? Yeah,
I'm now going with 2 hours and 28 minutes.
What did I heard you all saying something?
3.5 last year.
That was okay. So 3.5. You said.
Look at that shot.
You said now. How long?
I don't know how long they've been going. Did they start at a little after 8 today?
I think 8:30, I want to say.
8:30? Okay,
yeah.
so we're about at 30 minutes in. I'm going to go with just over 2 hours.
That's a crazy shot from the chopper, the amount of people and bodies that it takes.
Crazy.
Because they keep pushing the other ones up and holding, because the more you climb, the ones on the bottom start to slide down, so they're just pushing.
Oh my gosh.
It seems like they're doing well.
I think so, too.
You say a little over 2 hours. I'm going to...
All right, we'll see what happens. We'll check back.
I'll say better than last year.
The upperclassmen hosing them down, trying to push them back.
That's my favorite part. When I saw that for the first time last year. They had the hose. I'm like, hey, get the hose off me, man. I'm just trying to climb up this monument. All right. I don't think water goes well with lard at all either. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Beautiful shot. Texas. There we go. Got some hazy conditions out there. The north wind going to bring in a little bit more. Already seeing a little bit more of that Canadian wildfire smoke. So that's why it's a bit smoky out right now. But mid to upper 60s, lower 70s. The wind will pick up, hopefully clear some of that out later today, and temperatures will definitely be cooler. So your 3 TCAS, 72 today, 47 tonight. We're back to 74 tomorrow. I got to take this.
You got to take that?
Yeah.
All right, you take that call. I'll take over. Look and see what's happening on the roadway in our Lynn Sterler traffic network. As we look across the Beltway, we're looking pretty good out there. Not a ton of volume slowing you down. Yeah, who is it?
Cam says 55 minutes currently on that 95 thing in front of the stadium. So he says a 55-minute is a hold.
There we go. So they've been at the Herndon Monument climb for 55 minutes now, 55 according
minutes.
To Justin's secret sources that just called him.
Yeah.
All right, back to the roadways. Looking good. Not horribly bad. A little bit of volume in the upper right, but you're not doing too badly this morning.
We must all come together to solve these challenges that face us. I truly thank you for your support, and I thank you for putting your faith in me. I promise you that my commitment is to all of our students in Team BCPS. Thank you.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Public Schools announcing a new superintendent after a long search for a new candidate. The Board of Education has chosen Dr. Miriam Yarborough, but her appointment comes as she is part of an active wrongful termination lawsuit. We have Olivia Dance joining us now from Baltimore County School Headquarters with what is next for the new superintendent. Olivia.
The county school board voted unanimously to name Dr. Miriam Yarborough as the new superintendent, and her appointment led to a standing ovation right here at the Baltimore County Public School headquarters. However, she is surrounded by some controversy. The school system's former chief of resources filed the lawsuit claiming BCPS engaged in unlawful acts when they terminated her back in 2022, and new superintendent Dr. Miriam Yarborough is mentioned in that lawsuit. Now, after last night's vote to name Dr. Yarborough as the new superintendent, she was thankful and reminiscing.
I was here as a first-year teacher And I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Dr. Yarborough started her career as a chemistry teacher in Baltimore County, later becoming a principal in Montgomery County, and most recently deputy superintendent here in Baltimore County. The board received a total of 24 applicants for the job, eventually narrowing it down to 4. She replaces Dr. Daryl Williams, who decided not to renew his contract, and she is now the county's 4th superintendent in 6 years. And despite the lawsuit, most of the people we spoke to feel confident that she is the best candidate for the position. Take a listen.
When I filled out my form, the answers that she had provided, she was the best. She was the best.
You think
she had a plan. She had it laid out. She knew what she was doing. She had it already. I'm already working with this group.
The probability that she's going to get something done is greater than it has been for a long period of time.
Dr. Williams' contract as superintendent will end on June 30th. And of course, you can find more details about that lawsuit on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting in Towson, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:05 this morning, there are signs of potential movement on a debt ceiling deal after a second in-person meeting with the White House and congressional leaders.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with the developments here. Atra, what are you hearing?
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. Well, yesterday was our first acknowledgement from Democratic leadership that we are not likely to see a clean debt ceiling increase as they've been demanding for months. After the meeting, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that the only way to avoid default is to have a bipartisan bill from both chambers, which seems to mean spending cuts are a given. And this morning, just in the last hour or so, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy continued to push for stricter work requirements for certain government benefits. And he also said that the only thing he's confident about is that negotiations now have a structure, but he does not think a default will occur. So far, though, no one is showing much confidence that they're on track to get a deal done by this week. The president has canceled a large portion of his trip to the Indo-Pacific, Papua New Guinea and Australia off the list for his itinerary, and he'll now return from the G7 summit in Japan on Sunday so he can continue to work with those across the aisle to hash out a deal to avoid a default.
Atra, we're hearing that a federal judge in Florida just dealt another blow to the Biden administration's immigration policy. So it sounds like not a great day for the administration. What's going on there?
Right, a lot of setbacks here, but what happened was U.S. District Judge T. Kent Wetherill has denied the Biden administration's request to lift his preliminary injunction, which is essentially a block, that he placed last week on the administration's policy that's known as parole with conditions, which means migrants seeking asylum can be processed and released before they've got a court date. Now, according to court documents, Border Patrol has released more than 6,400 migrants under this policy since Thursday, when Title 42 was lifted. Republican attorneys general of Florida and Texas are arguing in court that the policy would cause harm to the communities in their state. And the judge is siding with them. They're siding specifically, too, with Florida's argument that the policy is essentially the same as another that he blocked back in March. So the so-called parole with conditions policy is really aimed at preventing overcrowding at Customs and Border Patrol facilities. And the White House says that these Republican officials are engaging in quote-unquote sabotage by trying to block it. Though it's worth noting, last we heard from DHS, border encounters are down since the lifting of Title 42. So what happens next? Well, both parties have been ordered by the court to update them in the next 2 weeks, or excuse me, in 2 weeks, with how they intend to proceed. And Megan and Patrice, the DHS is fully expected to appeal to a higher court.
All right, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
A major veto override in North Carolina sets up another push for the Supreme Court to address abortion once again.
Tom Rogers is at our live center now with the back and forth. Tom.
That's right. Taking you back to Capitol Hill, legislation banning most abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy will become law now in North Carolina after the state's Republican-controlled General Assembly successfully overrode the Democratic governor's veto just last night. The House completed the second and final part of that override vote after a similar 3/5 majority voted for the override early Tuesday in the Senate. Now, the party line outcomes represent a a major victory for Republican legislative leaders who needed every GOP member on board to enact the law over Governor Roy Cooper's opposition. Cooper vetoed that measure over the weekend after spending last week traveling all around the state trying to persuade at least one Republican to side with him on the override. Well, Republicans pitched the measure as a middle ground change to the state law, which currently bans nearly all abortions after 20 weeks of pregnancy without exceptions for rape or incest. Now, multiple states continue to debate each abortion law, bringing critics to urge for another federal law to standardize the practices. But others argue that will not happen under this Supreme Court. That's the latest from our Live Center.
All right, Tom, thank you. We are now just days away from Preakness weekend, and many are excited for the racing, of course. But don't forget about the history, the art, and culture at Pimlico Racecourse.
That's what we've got Shannon Lilly. She is out there, and she is filling us in on all of that before we head out this weekend. Shannon?
Yeah, guys, so we have seen the food, we have seen the businesses and nonprofits that are all a part of this, and now we're talking about the art. So I'm joined by Tanya Miller, and you are with the mayor's office. So we can't see this art display right now. We're going to see it in about 30 minutes. We're going to head over that way. But tell us a little bit about how the mayor's office is involved in all of this and why it's so important.
Oh my goodness, we are really excited about this partnership with FIRST. I will say that under Mayor Scott's leadership, the Office of Arts and Culture was developed in January, and this really falls within what the intention of the office is for, is to serve as not only an advocate for artists and the creative community, but also to be a driver and a creative of to help build a creative economy. And so this partnership really speaks to that.
So you guys are bringing in local artists?
We brought in local artists. We brought in a lead curator, Jazz, who you'll talk to her later. She was instrumental in helping to bring other artists to within the group, and then we also partnered with Micah to have some students also participate in the art collective.
Very cool. So it's just lifting up the community now with art. So again, we're going to see that art in just about 30 minutes. Stick with us, and we'll check back in with you guys soon. Back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. It is official. Governor Wes Moore is signing Senate Bill 1 into law. The legal backlash it's now receiving.
And ladies, waste no more time to get screened for breast cancer. After the break, a doctor is joining us to share more on just how important early detection is for breast cancer. 9/11 is the time.
It is now recommended that women get mammogram screenings every 2 years, starting at age 40. And this is a change from the old guideline of 50 years old. Joining us live to explain is Dr. Evelyn May from Mercy Center for Women's Imaging. Dr. May, thanks so much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Let's start with the beginning. Why the change? What is happening to women in their 40s that is now concerning?
So this is a change for one of the entities that gives guidelines and recommendations for screenings, right? Big news about the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force change. We do know, and the evidence has been there for many years, that women in their 40s benefit greatly from screening mammograms. Other entities which are led by people who actually work in breast cancer and breast health and breast imaging, we have been recommending that women get screening mammograms at age 40 actually every year for many, many years, even when the task force announced the age of 50 in 2009. So
40.
So now the task force is kind of catching up with us. We do think this is a step in the right direction that they are recommending screening starting at age 40 now, because we do know that women in their 40s have more aggressive cancers, so we want to pick them up when they are early.
Let's talk about that. Early detection, how important is that, and what is the first step if something is found?
So early detection, very important. Why? Because cancers, as we know, they grow, right? So we don't want to pick them up when they are too late, or when they are palpable, or when they are more symptomatic or more deadly, right? So early detection. Mammography has been known to decrease mortality, and that's the gold standard for early detection. So we want to pick up cancers when they are even potentially curable.
And now we talk about, getting a mammogram every 2 years. Obviously, you can do your self-checks at home. What does that entail? What are we looking for?
So what are we looking for as far as symptoms? And let me just stop a little bit before that, because we still recommend that mammograms get done every year. We can go a little further into that in a minute. But as far as symptoms go, if women do self-breast exam, what they can expect? They can expect lumps. They may feel a new lump that they didn't feel before. There can be nipple discharge. There can be blood coming out of the nipple, for example. That would be a sign of concern. Also, skin changes that can be seen. So there are things that are signs that cancer may be something that's happening, but we don't want to pick it up. We want to pick it up before it becomes symptomatic. And that's when screening mammogram is so important.
Dr. May, we thank you for your time, for your help, and just putting the awareness out there. Get that mammogram done. It's better to do it now. Thank you.
Yes, do it now, after 40, every year.
Thank you.
Well, we've got a sunny and comfortable Wednesday ahead. I like to hear that.
Me too. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast.
And so many things are happening live right now as we speak, ladies. Not only what's going on at Preakness, but the Herndon climb. And this is the picture from our sister station, the chopper shot. I don't remember seeing the chopper shot last year, but you can see how they are all building on there, trying to get that. What do they? They take the plebe hat and then they replace it, right? From the very top.
Hat.
What's that?
They get the upperclassman
hat. The upperclassman hat, yeah. I can see the plebe hat. You can see it.
I think they're making progress.
I think
Don't they seem higher up now?
They look higher up than they were at this time last year, that's for sure. Yeah, but either way. And here's a close-up.
Yeah, look, they're doing good. But what happens is they do, and then everybody under them crumbles, like they just give out, and then they start all over.
Yeah.
But this is great, so let's hope they keep going.
It's good stuff. Now, I don't know if we have the Preakness shot up or not yet. I know we were looking at the workout for some of the horses, but I know Madge is not out there yet, but we know Madge is here, one of the 8 horses that are going to be running. Sorry, Mage. One of the 8 horses that's going to be running this week. But in just a couple of minutes later this hour, crabs. Yeah, we're going to be racing crabs outside. Yes. Carlos the Crab did not get the invite, so he's not going to be racing. But he says on the Crabcast, we got a 4 for today. Overall, a good day today. a little breezy. And that same thing for you pilots if you are going to be flying today. We're talking about visual flight rules and breezy conditions for the afternoon. So a good VFR day. Look at these numbers, too. Upper 60s and lower 70s. So, yeah, comfortable is a good word for it because these numbers are below average and about 10 degrees cooler than yesterday. There was a point yesterday where we had the air on for a little bit, but we definitely have the windows open now, letting the doggy cool off. 73 for Black Eyed Susan Day Friday and upper 70s on Saturday. I was just chatting with Jasmine backstage in the Weather Authority Center, and it's looking less and less likely that the rain is going to really be an impact. Couple of showers possible, but definitely not a big washout. That is good news. And if you're heading to the O's game tonight on your O's cast, 6:35 for the first pitch against the Halos. They got the win last night. They go at it again. 68 degrees for your first pitch and very cool evening. And then they have an afternoon game tomorrow where it's going to be even cooler and nicer tomorrow afternoon. So here's a look at our future scan, taking you through the latest computer models. Overall, very dry conditions today, tomorrow, basically even through Friday. You'll get a little bit more cloud cover, and we'll start to warm up just a bit on Friday afternoon as we tap into more of what we call that southerly flow. That next weather maker comes in Saturday, and it's going to be a cold front from the west, so we'll get the warm temps out ahead of that. This is about 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and even though we may see a stray shower in the first half of the day, it's looking less and less likely that showers are really going to impact you greatly if you are heading out to Pimlico. Memorial Day just 12 days away, and we're 32 days out from Father's Day. Juneteenth is in 33 days, 5 weeks from the summer solstice, and look at that. We're now inside of 7 weeks for the 4th of July. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, keeping those 70s going. Go live. They got it. Wait.
No way. That was a bit, but don't they hit the other
The hat now.
There's a hat that's down. Is that yours?
They got it off the top, but don't they have to replace
They have
it?
to
They have
replace
to
it.
replace
So
it.
they
Now
have
they
to
got to
go
get
back
there. Right.
Oh,
so,
they were so close, but
Oh,
still,
it's still-
guys.
It's still
That was
there.
theirs. Because
Fake.
we're just about just over an hour right now.
That was going to be really impressive.
We
if
were
they had done
excited.
it.
Wow, they yelled in my ear. But it's exciting because this is happening right now. Okay.
Now, see, they're all down again. They got to start
All right.
over.
All right. There's your 7-day. Pretty boring considering all that other stuff. So there's some music. 80s next week. Blah, blah, blah. Patrice.
All right. Well, hopefully, blah, blah, blah is the same for the roads. Lynn Stoller, Traffic Network here. 13 minutes is your longest commute. Blah, blah, blah. You're doing all right.
No blah, blah, blah for Jeep owners because Chrysler is recalling more than 130,000 of its 2014 through 2016 Jeep Cherokees due to a fire risk. The U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration saying an electrical issue, which looks like we might be having one of those, and the power liftgate module could cause a fire regardless of the vehicle if it's on or off. So we'll bring you more information as we hear more.
That's right. The newest Ravens, Zay Flowers, didn't get to the NFL on his own. Still ahead what the newest member of the flock did to surprise one of his biggest supporters.
It's Maryland Travel and Tourism Week, and we're celebrating in the Havre de Grace a little gym. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It's So Baltimore. Explore the great state of Maryland during National Travel and Tourism Week.
There is so much to do, so much to learn, see right here at home. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is in Havre de Grace with more.
And we're at Coakley's Pub with the owner, Margie. So, Margie, you basically are representing for Maryland when the tourism people come in and the visitors come in. What do you have to offer? What do you show them?
Coakley's Pub has been in Havre de Grace for 26 years. We just celebrated our 26th anniversary in February, and we've really become to be known as the meeting place.
I love it.
Because we're centrally located in between New York and D.C. So we have lots of families that meet here at Coakley's Pub and then go on to enjoy their day in Havre de Grace, whether it's on the water, at one of our venues with live music, or at stopping at one of the great restaurants in town.
And so your concept's amazing. Beautiful outdoor, beautiful indoor. You got the liquor store over there. I mean, how did you come up with all this? Was that just over 26 years you just had these great ideas?
Yeah, we actually started off very small with the original building, which is located right down there that only sat like 50 people. And now we've grown into this monstrosity, which is about 10,000 square foot with a package store to boot and like 5 rentals as well. It started off slowly, but there was a need for Havre de Grace to have more restaurants. We kept going bigger and bigger to what you see today.
I love it. 26 years and growing strong every day, guys.
All right, that is awesome, Mark. Thank you. We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Governor Moore has signed Senate Bill 1. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details of the legislation, plus find out why it's receiving major backlash.
Taking a look at the beautiful art garden at this year's Preakness, and I'll introduce you to the artist behind it. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
They're close.
Getting up there. But look at all the lard up at the top.
Oh, that looks so difficult.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We want to take you back live to Annapolis, where the slipperiest tradition of the Naval Academy is unfolding in front of our eyes. Just to give you the highlights here, this is the 21-foot monument here, the Herndon Monument. Every year, the freshmen have to climb it, but here's the deal. It's covered in about 25 pounds of lard. At the top, they've got to remove the plebe hat, replace it with the upperclassman's hat, and here we are.
That's it?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to go 21 feet and it's 25 pounds of lard?
Who puts the lard on?
It's nothing.
Probably
I'm
the
sure the
upperclassmen.
upperclassmen take great pride in slathering that on for them. So, so where are we on time now,
Just
Justin?
after 8 a.m., right? They started. So that gives us about an hour and a half almost.
There we go. All right, well, welcome back to all of you on this Wednesday. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's happening.
Yeah, I think that last at the top of the hour was 55 minutes. So yeah, more than an hour now. So yeah, but they're getting there. It's I think around 1 hour and 24 minutes. Yeah. So continue to get sprayed on and everything else. Right now, looking out over downtown Baltimore, the inner harbor, the sun is getting out there. We still have some hazy skies that we have to deal with, and probably gonna have to deal with that at least for the next couple of hours. Check our numbers too, mid to upper 60s. So overall, kind of mild. 62 Cockeysville, 65 Rosedale through Essex and Middle River, 63 in Joppatown. Glen Burnie, you're almost at 70 already. We're going to see those mid to upper 60s continue for the next few hours. So if you want to get a run in or a jog in, you see all those folks that are nice and fit, you can do that here today. 72 this afternoon, 70 tomorrow, a little cooler. Then we're right back to the lower 70s on Friday. We're tracking the potential for a few showers for Preakness weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law that limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public.
Governor Moore says he firmly believes the legislation is constitutional, but gun rights advocates and even some Democrats say otherwise.
Olivia Dance joins us now with a closer look at the law and the debate that it's creating. Olivia.
The legislation takes effect on October 1st, meaning that people with wear and carry licenses will be limited on where they can bring their firearms in public.
We don't want that individuals, while having a right, that right doesn't mean that you can bring firearms into schools or into nursing homes or into other places where that we don't have a need for people to have firearms.
Concealed weapons will also be banned from government buildings, some healthcare facilities, stadiums, racetracks, museums, and places with licenses to sell alcohol or cannabis. Now, rather than focusing on a bill going after repeat violent offenders, lawmakers focused on Senate Bill 1. A gun rights group says it's prepared to challenge the law if the governor signed the bill, and that's exactly what he did. Opponents of the bill argue it's an assault on the Second Amendment, and Baltimore City Democratic Senator Corey McCray even voted against it.
The confusion relating to the zoning aspects of this bill, from a common sense perspective, it almost rises above the Constitution.
We're doing things kind of backwards, and I do think that it has constitutional issues.
Now, Governor Moore has fired back and said the bill is constitutional and that any legal challenge will not be sustained. For now, reporting in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Maryland Senate Republicans are responding to the governor's signing of Senate Bill 1 in a letter saying, in part, Governor Moore and Democratic leadership are severely limiting the ability of law-abiding citizens to legally carry a firearm to protect themselves and their families. The statement goes on to say state Democrats are ignoring legislation that targets repeat offenders and creates tougher penalties for gun crimes. You can read the full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We want to hear from you. Do you trust Mayor Brendan Scott and Governor Wes Moore to tackle the violent crime problem? So far, 61% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Well, Preakness is taking over all this week.
And as we gear up for Saturday's big race and Friday's races as well, we have Shannon Lilly live at Pimlico with a preview. Shannon.
And guys, we are getting a look at this beautiful art garden here right in the middle of Pimlico, and Jazz Ehrenberg is the artist behind this, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so the mural that we're standing in front of now is a collaboration that I did with two artists, Blue Robin and Yuande Cochin Davis. And this piece really embodies the attitude, I think, of a blooming Baltimore, right? It's not always beautiful, but we're going to do it how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
So it sort of embodies that attitude of the
So this
city.
is something that you collabed with people on, and then we also want to show one of the pieces that you specifically worked on, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to just come with us, we're going to walk over this way. blue piece. So, and these are actually containers, right? What are we looking at?
These are shipping containers. Yeah, they were donated, and they will also live on to be in the Park Heights Renaissance. So they'll be sort of living in a new home in Baltimore after the Preakness.
Perfect. So what is this that we're looking at? What's the concept for this piece?
So the concept of this piece is also really about attitude, really about being just unapologetically you. And I think in Baltimore as a city, I would really love to see that happen more often.
Yeah. Well, such beautiful work. And this is really awesome. This is your first time here to do this,
yes,
right?
Yes. And Saturday will be my first time at the Preakness.
Very exciting. Well, we're excited to see you out. And I mean, guys, Pimlico's already beautiful. Just when you think it can't get more beautiful, we've got these beautiful works of art.
Out of town. Makes it even more special. Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, exactly.
A massive reported kidnapping in Mexico has authorities searching for more than 50 people right now.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with what witnesses are saying. Tom.
Yeah, you see it in the red right here. This is Nuevo Leon, Mexico, just south of Laredo, Texas, where authorities were called due to an empty tourist bus. And let me show you what that bus looks like. This is video coming in now from the bus that they found. Mexican authorities are now saying more than 50 people were on board. A few witnesses were actually able to escape from their captors. Witnesses claiming armed and masked people stopped the bus and then just took off with dozens of what they're calling tourists, but no nationality was given, and those witnesses say the majority were from Mexico. Mexico says they are already working on trying to find more than 2,000 migrants reported kidnapped just this month, with more than 100,000 reported missing this year. While some blame cartels, others are pointing to the mass migration and the thousands who are just waiting along the Texas-Mexico border. So the kidnapping happening just last night. Details, again, very limited, but that's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Do you still want to go to Preakness? Well, you have a chance to go. Still ahead, how you can make your way to Pimlico for free.
And a drier Wednesday ahead, but how long will it last before we need the umbrellas once again? Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how that could impact our Preakness weekend. Time now 9:37 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Ooh. The Preakness is this Saturday, and Pimlico will look the same as last year, despite more than 3 years of promises of facility upgrades.
At a meeting ahead of last year's Preakness, the Maryland Stadium Authority said that improvements at the stables and clubhouses would begin as soon as this summer, but that timeline is being walked back, as the Stadium Authority says there have been design delays. Also saying some of the prerequisites for the project just are not done.
I actually can't give you a timeline. It's, there's a lot of work to be done. It's an extensive project, and it's got a lot of twists and turns to it, and a lot of complications. It's not a simple, build it and they will come kind of situation.
The Maryland Stadium Authority declining multiple interview requests from FOX45 News to discuss progress on the project.
From being the first-round draft pick of the Baltimore Ravens just less than a month ago, wide receiver Zay Flowers wasted no time giving back to one of his biggest supporters that helped him get there.
Check this out here. The wide receiver posting this video on Twitter of him surprising his dad.
Aww.
Guess what he got him? A brand new car.
That's awesome.
An incredible moment for him and his family, and that's what it's about. Thanking those who helped you along the way.
I mean, I'm sure his parents were in his corner all the way.
Gosh, every practice, every game.
But that feels good for him to be able to give back like that, too. So pretty awesome. I love that. All right, well, race season is back in Maryland, but we're not talking about horses. No. Although they look beautiful for the Preakness, I don't think they got that dressed up for the Crab Derby that me, Megan, Tom, Justin, we're going to battle it out with some crabs. You're going to see all that in just a minute.
But first, countdown to Preakness is on. We are joined by a lifestyle expert to share more about the styles we can see at this year's Preakness. Pretty fascinating. Hint, hint, 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
$9:44. We are getting you Preakness ready. Show up to Pimlico in style for both Black Eyed Susan Day and the Preakness Stakes. Wardrobe stylist, lifestyle expert Lana Ray. No better person than to get us right for this. So good to see you.
So good to see you always.
All right, so you look fabulous.
Thank you.
Is this a good Preakness attire?
It is. You know, it's all about how you put it together. It's all
Yes.
about the details and, of course, the hat.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here. I've got some inspiration for you guys.
All right, so you've got some styles for guys and gals.
Yes.
We've got a few of each, so let's see what we have.
Okay, let's get into it. So our first model is
love that already.
Already. This is, I mean, I'm such a fascinator girl. This is a pinwheel style headpiece. It's from churchderbyhats.com, and the dress is amazing, and you see it's simple, right? Because the headpiece is kind of the centerpiece.
It is everything.
It's
yes.
everything. The dress is from the Macy's in Towson. I love the wrap style. This is a great look. It's a great way to balance it because the hat is such a statement piece.
Right.
The dress keeps it nice and simple and chic.
And she's got on heels with this because that's what we do when we dress up. But
Yes.
because it's Preakness, she can also dress that down with some really cute sandals.
Yes, some cute flats or some
because
wedges.
the hat, like you said, is taking the center stage.
Yep.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Next one.
Next model for the guys, we've got Abdul. Now, he's wearing two things that a guy should not be afraid of. He's wearing pink.
I like that.
And he's wearing flowers.
Okay, yes. And it all blends well.
And it all blends in well. This is the perfect Preakness look. And he's got the shorts, which is great. It's supposed to be really nice this weekend. So the shorts are a great look. This is an amazing look. His hat is from Hats in the Belfry.
Yeah, let's go back up to his hat.
Let's see that hat. It's
can we
amazing.
go back? Because even the men on Preakness get in on the hat action.
They get in on the hat action. And a quick tip for the guys, if you have a date, coordinate. Find out what your girl is wearing. I'm not saying matchy-matchy, but I'm saying same elevation, same vibe. Right?
Yes, I
so
like
it's a great
that.
tip for the guys because we want you to look good too.
All right, I already see a sneak peek of the next model. And I think Megan really, really likes her fascinator.
I love it. This is Morgan. This is an amazing headpiece. I love it. It's also from Church Derby Hats. It's kind of like a retro vibe.
I kind of feel like that could be on a Sunday morning. I feel like I'm going to church with that one too.
You could do that too. Maybe not in that dress.
I'm really styling when I get there, but
not in that dress, but maybe in the hat.
Oh yeah, no. You got me put out.
The dress is amazing, though. That's from the Macy's in Towson. So shout out to Violicia on that look as well as all of them. So I love this look. It's all about the hat. The dress is edgy, but it's still chic.
Okay.
Nice little vibe.
We're running out of time. Last model real quickly.
Come on, Saran. He's wearing a slate gray suit. And if you're going to do a gray suit, you need a pop of color. He's got the mint green button-up shirt, the bow tie, the hat from Hats in the Belfry. Another great look. And we have to talk about the fashion police.
You're going to be fashion police
I'm
on
going to be the
Preakness
fashion
Day?
police.
What does that mean?
That means if you're dressed to kill, I'm going to pull you over and I'm going to give out some amazing prizes.
Oh, that's awesome. So what would you, let's toss it over to Justin. What would we say about his Wear Orange Wednesday attire?
Well, I can't hate on that. The orange is giving me Orioles. It's giving me spring, summer vibe.
He understood the assignment for Wear Orange Wednesday.
He just needs a hat, and he's good to go.
How many hats you got over there? I put one on yesterday, too. I got a crab hat I'm going to put on in a few minutes.
Oh, I can't compete with that.
So I know. Y'all look fabulous. Thank you for coming in. We love this time of year. Speaking of Preakness and Black-Eyed Susan Day, the forecast is improving. So 73 on Friday, mostly sunny skies. Saturday going to be a little bit warmer, but remember, last year was 95 degrees. So we're almost going to be at 80 degrees, which is nice. It's going to be a little muggy, and we may see a few stray showers, but most of the models are trending away from that rain, and it's never looked like it's going to be anything in terms of heavy rain, which is definitely good news. So out over the Inner Harbor right now, the sun starting to break out from some of that cloud cover that we've had most of the morning. Reisterstown next hour, we're going to get to the upper 60s and taking you to the lower 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Should be a good day for lunch outside, and any outdoor activities you have later this afternoon also looking pretty good, right about 70 into that 5 o'clock hour. And more sunshine today with cooler temperatures. So mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 71 Towson down through Lutherville, Timonium out into Catonsville, right about 70 today, 72 in Baltimore City. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, also in the upper 60s and lower 70s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 69 in Annapolis this afternoon. O's got the win last night and back at it tonight, 68 degrees for your first pitch at 6:35. The Angels are still in town. And then tomorrow they have an afternoon game. Should be great weather for a 12:35 first pitch there at Camden Yards. But should be good weather tonight. Hopefully keep the winning streak going, even though it's only at one game. Our future scan looking good. We've got mainly dry conditions out there. I'm going to put it on in just a second. Yeah, dry conditions out there. Thursday afternoon also looking good. Even Friday, you're going to get a little bit more cloud cover as we head into your Friday afternoon, but we're not tracking rain. And then those warmer temperatures coming in. And then the next weather maker. It's going to be a cold front, but notice some of those showers come in early on Saturday, and now it's looking drier for race time Saturday afternoon. So lower 70s here into Wednesday and Thursday, 73 on Friday, 79 on Saturday, and then back into the lower 80s into early next week.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Yeah, you know I love that. Yeah, now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown. We've got free tickets, more tickets for you. Of course, the Preakness coming up this weekend. You can win 4 tickets to the race. You can call now, 410-469-8308. That's 469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Keep watching all week. So today, tomorrow, and Friday, giving away tickets through this upcoming Friday right here on Fox 45 Morning News. If you have a chance, take camera 1 before I toss outside, because we're all getting in the spirit of crabs. It's the crab race. What's going on out there, guys?
Yeah, Justin, this is exactly it. You were talking about Preakness. We've got our own crab race going on right now outside, and we've got Megan and Patrice already working on a couple of crabs. We're doing this because it's been 5 years since Lexington Market had their famous crab races there, and they have been, we've all taken part in these before. It's tradition. Joining us right now, Damie Hahn with Fadley's, and she's the one that brought the crabs and keeping up this tradition. So tell us about why this is so important for Lexington Market.
Well, it's important for the market. It's been around since the 1870s, since the beginning of Preakness. A couple of merchants, had for the beginning of the Preakness, had said that my crabs are faster than your crabs, and we've been racing crabs in a crab derby ever since.
I don't think they're following the rules right now.
No, they're not. So today is Crab Derby Day. We're going to have it at Lexington Market. We have a couple of great. Everyone's invited, and then we're going to have a crab picking contest with a $100 gift card for from Fadley's as the as the prize, and it's going to be a great day. We've got B.J. Surhoff coming.
Right.
We've got
some celebrities out there. Always are out there. They're able to do this. So
Oriole Bird coming.
Oriole Bird too. Come on.
Yes.
We've got, so what you have is what Megan and Patrice have right now is they have the bobbers on the fish line. They're allowed to distract the crabs, push them along, and then you also have a water bottle. This is what the contestants are allowed to use: water bottles to spray them, and also the crabs. So this is how you win it, and you get it across the finish line. First one there gets to win some prizes.
It's not happening, but I think Megan wins because she picked it up. I'm not picking it up.
There you go. And so you can see it right here. The crabs today, Lexington Market at 12 o'clock. Come out there. Look at this one right here. This one's getting feisty too.
We're going to have a big derby race.
Look at that.
And lots of fun. Come have lunch and watch a crab derby.
We need to go now, but yes, I thought the meteorologist was going to be coming out here and talking.
No, I'm watching from inside.
And I'm just going to pull you. Oh!
All right.
Don't miss Lexington Market today at noon.
I love how Patrice is kicking the crab. Come on, let's go. 10-day forecast will do it coming up for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us, y'all. All right, there it is. A live look here. The Herndon Monument climb. Well,
They fell down.
Since 1860.
Wow,
That's
1860.
when that
to do
obelisk
it.
went up, and they started doing the contest years later.
I love the chopper shot, and then from the ground shot too. Man, that is so cool. So many things are happening. Then 9 o'clock
Crab
hour.
races?
You guys are racing crabs out there.
That was insane. My hair's
lower
a little.
70s today and tomorrow, guys. Lower 70s as well Friday. Now, Saturday warming up, but it's looking less and less likely that we'll see rain for Preakness, which is great. And then we'll keep those 80s going into next week. And Patricia asked about it yesterday. Now, on the right side of your screen, bottom right corner, that is Friday of Memorial Day weekend.
We're there, and it's
82.
looking good.
Yes, it is.
I want to go back out to the Herndon Monument. Let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, let's wrap
Are they
it
getting
up.
closer?
No.
No.
No. No. All right, well, good luck.